All right, hello, everybody. It's 7.1 time. Wait, no, I fucked up. Hang on, why did I say it was 7.1 MSQ on Twitch? There, it's fixed. Haha, everything is fine. Hello. Is the YouTube stream titled correctly? Yes, it was just Twitch where I fucked up, as usual. Anyway, let me make sure I'm logged into the right character. I may or may not have spent way too much gil last night on crafting gear for my main and started pentamelting. Well, or at least started melting. Hi, Cyrus, what's up? But yeah, I decided to, after spending all that gil on gear, I decided to be cheap on my main and play the long game and get all my materia by doing allied societies instead of spending gil on it. So that'll be a fun time. Anyway. Alright. I forgot to log off in Tuliolo. It's fine. I think I was thinking I'd have time to do allied societies on this character before stream, but that didn't happen. So, let's head back to Tuli. Alright, so, when last we left our heroes, Alexandria had a power vacuum. The status of whether or not they were using souls was left in the air. And people still don't remember they're dead. I'm good, how are you? Also, yeah, so I think I talked about this the other day, but I did my custom deliveries this week on a level 100 job so that I could get orange scripts for some of my glamour basics. So now, let me get into the sun so you can see them properly. I've got the good cute boots. The way I lusted after these when the expansion first dropped and I saw them and I was like, man, it's a shame these are crafter boots. And then they lifted glamour restrictions, so I can use them wherever. I'm shocked also that more people aren't using the blacksmith chest piece. But maybe I'll see an influx of them in the summer when people start breaking out the hot weather glams. Anyway, let's get started. Bull Rurik is eager to hear how you have been getting on. I've been getting on great. Ah, it is a pleasure as always, Shizune. Have you been able to relax lately? Nope. What do you mean thumbs up, Shizune? You did all of your role quests. Final Fantasy I. I'm so sorry. Final Fantasy I is my least favorite of the main series games. To me, it feels like somebody had an idea for a D&D campaign and couldn't find anybody to play it. But I hope you're having fun. Anyway, it feels like he couldn't find anybody to play it, so he made it a video game instead, is the complete sentence there. But I hope you're enjoying it. Wonderful. As busy as you have been with the rite of succession, among other things, you deserve an opportunity to experience Tuliolo at a more leisurely pace. She says as if I didn't just spend the last, like, week and a half doing role quests that, take me back to Eorzea. And the raids, which are purely in Solution 9. Yeah, I've seen all sorts of parts of Tuliolo. Sampling the tacos at Jabali of Tea is one such way to do so. They're really sublime. If you have an empty stomach, the owner Baruch Gabu will look after you. Yeah, I know him. Talking about the tacos at Jabali of Tea has given me a craving. If you have time and an empty stomach, do go and have some for me. Yeah, 1 and 2 are my least favorite of the series. I consider 3 to be the first good Final Fantasy. Because, like, 2 has a better story. But, man, fuck those mechanics. I actually, 2 is the only main series Final Fantasy game I couldn't finish. Because I have a strict policy on this channel of whatever games I'm streaming, I have to genuinely enjoy. Because I think it's absolutely miserable watching people play games that they're not having fun with. I don't like watching people rage because they're angry at the game. And so I like to make content that I like to watch. Yeah. So the thing with 2 is because you had to rank or like level up your spells by using them, and I kind of brute forced my way through most of the game. I got to the final dungeon, which is actually 2 dungeons back to back with no option to save in the middle. And that dungeon has a bunch of morbles and other things that poison you, and I did not have Asuna and Basuna leveled up enough, and I didn't feel like grinding between streams to make that possible. And I kept dying, and I decided, you know what? I've seen enough of this game in my journey to experience all the Final Fantasy games to see where the references in 14 came from. I'm good. I don't need to finish this, and I moved on to 3. At some point, I should probably get... This was before it was available on Steam. I got 1 and 2 through alternative sources. So at some point I should probably get the Steam version and try replaying them with better, hopefully better controls. But yeah, speaking of alternative sources, at some point I'm gonna have to find a source for Revenant Wings, but I will worry about that later. Unless Square Enix wants to be really cool, and by the time I get to Revenant Wings, they've released Final Fantasy XII Revenant Wings on Steam. That'd be amazing. Gauntlet battles are... It's not so bad if you're actually properly prepared for them. The problem is, you know, it's kind of like the oopsie daisy I ran into when I was playing 8, which is I used Guardian Forces to brute force my way through the game, and then I get to the final battle, and what do you mean this, like, big mechanic that is important to the game is completely useless against the final boss? If you introduce something and it's a big part of the game and the story, don't make it useless against the big bad. That's stupid. Let me live out my power fantasy and beat the final battle with Eden. Anyway, hi, Rukabu. What's up? Well, if it isn't Shizune, alone today, are you? I am. I see. If you have a hankering for tacos, then they're on the house. Consider it a token of gratitude for your help tracking down those treasures. Oh, hey! It references the fact that I did the role quests. That's cool. I didn't notice that before. Oh no, you know why I didn't notice it before? I hadn't finished all of the role quests when I did 7.1 the first time. Go ahead and find a table. I'll bring you your meal as soon as it's ready. I didn't find the role quests for Dawn Trail as compelling as previous expansions, so I kind of really dragged my feet on my main. Your red-haired friend. Your red-haired friend has become something of a regular. Rare is the day he won't take one with him on a morning stroll. Raha! Amazing. Talking to NPCs between quests is so worth it. Let's see here. Where's my seat? Ah, here we go. Ah, yes. The table where people were being super subtle during the role quests. Not. Oh, that's avocado. Oh, that looks so good. You still love tacos, I hope. You ate so many when you turned 5, you could barely move afterwards. Remember that? Alexandrian trauma. No, not really. That was 30 years ago for me. Right. Sorry, it's still strange for me too. Just the other day, you were a little boy, clinging to your mother's skirt as you set off for Yasulani. And now you're a man grown with a face full of hair. Even so, I knew you were my son the instant I saw you. We're still family, and you can always rely on me. Relying. That sounds like the only thing I'm doing right now. On you and everyone else. I can't even start a fire without assistance at my new job. Back in Alexandria, we had electrope. If I needed fire, all I had to do was press a button. Everything was at our fingertips. But here, I'm helpless. A culinarian who can't even light the stove. The way the others in the kitchen stared at me. Gods, I've never felt so embarrassed. You'll learn. I'm sorry to hear that. I'd been told the tales, but it seems life is really different within the dome. One moment, Luca? Saya, stop that. Sorry, cat aggro. Luca, leave her alone. Oh, I see. You leave your sister alone. I'm within the dome. Here we go. My wife and children. I was thinking I'd have them join me once things had settled. But at this rate... Man, imagine going from seeing your son a few days ago when he was 5, and then now your grandpa. I say you send for them. If they're your family, then they're mine too. I'll do whatever's necessary to make it work. Lamati! I didn't mean to overhear, but it seems you're having trouble readjusting to life in Tuliolo. Vawuklamat. To aid folk like yourself, we've established a support group at the Wing of Reflection. There, you can learn the skills you need to live outside the dome. That's so nice. It isn't easy being back, I know, but I'm hopeful that they can make things easier. That's exactly what I need. I'll definitely seek this group out, and I'll bring my family with me. Thank you. Oh, look who it is! I was just about to go and find you, Shizune. You don't mind the company, I hope. I could use a bite to eat myself. Of course you could. I'd be worried if you couldn't. When Lanya T loses her appetite, that's when you know things are really bad. Ah, the tacos here never disappoint. So, what have you been up to lately? I've been exploring Toral with my trusty alpaca. I've been catching up on sleep. I don't know what that means. I've been working to recover some stolen artifacts. I've been making a name for myself at the Arcadian. That was one day versus this, so I guess I'll do the artifacts. I do appreciate when they reward you for doing side content. I've been working to recover some stolen artifacts. I've been reviewing the reports from the Lance Guard. Given my responsibilities, I'm not in a position to chase criminals abroad. So I needed someone else to take care of the matter. I'm glad that someone was you. As for myself, I'm being kept busy with duties at the palace. But whenever I find a moment, I like to walk the streets and talk to the people. That way, I can better understand the problems they have and share them with Kona to figure out solutions. I was on one such walk just now, and as I mentioned, I was hoping to find you. Me? Kona and I have something we want to discuss with you, as Dawn servants. Do you have time to come to the palace? I guess. Great. I'll go on ahead. Please come and join us once you've finished here. Hey, hang on. Okay, tacos are gone. All right, to the palace. Up. Up? Right, I forgot that's a door. It is just a little bit big. It seems Kona's gone somewhere. Sorry. Mistress Shizune, it is always an honor. Vow Kona has stepped away to attend to a pressing matter, but he should join you within before long. Alright, let's go. I haven't done the Wachimeki Meki quest yet because I'm trying to get caught up by FanFest, and I still have to get Culinarian to level 100. But those will happen. I also keep forgetting to finish them on my main, even though I actually really like them. Just because the downside to streaming this game is it has resulted in a bit of burnout. Hi! What's up, friends? Oh, you're all here too. Vow Kona summoned us. Though if truth be told, Alphino and I have been seeing him quite regularly of late. He asked us to share our knowledge of Hanish culture, you see, in hopes of further strengthening your alliance. We were, of course, happy to oblige him. Krile and I were likewise summoned. Otherwise, we've been carrying on with our work, compiling information on the Golden City. My grandfather embarked on his investigation 20 years ago. With our report, we shall finish what he started. I see. Yeah, I math things out, and like, if me doing a patch a week, starting with this week with 7.1, I will literally be on 7.4 the week, like, I will be doing 7.4 Sunday, Tuesday, Wednesday of a certain week, and then the end of that week is FanFest. So Wachimeki Meki unfortunately has to wait until after I finish 7.4. And then FanFest happens, and then 7.5 drops. That Tuesday, Wednesday we'll probably do Wachimeki Meki stuff. Because I want time to be able to do 7.4 stuff or 7.5 stuff on my main first, and I want to give the community time to do MSQ before I stream it, so that they can watch without getting spoiled. And then that Sunday we'll be doing 7.5. So yeah. Anyway, here we go. Lest you wonder, Thancred and Urianger have left to resume their tour of Tural. Y'shtola, meanwhile, is back to researching Crossroads travel. She was here just a few days ago to get Kona's permission to investigate living memory. By the way, she mentioned wanting to take a look at the key in your keeping at some point. Of course she did. If the look she had in her eyes was any indication, I suggest you brace yourself for when she comes calling. You're like to be stuck with her for a while. As for Estinian, we know neither where he is nor what he is doing. Some things never change. I have a theory about that. I can't remember if I've said it on stream yet, but I'll wait until after the cutscene to share it. My apologies for the delay. Think nothing of it. We took advantage of the time to catch up. So, what can we do for you? Hopefully, present company is enough for whatever it is you need. The matter for which I have summoned you pertains to Alexandria. A state funeral will soon be held in Solution 9 to mourn the passing of Queen Sphene. King Galulja and his administration have invited us to attend. While certain issues remain unresolved between our nations, such as the treatment of Yasulani, I see no reason not to attend. For generations, the Alexandrians lived without even the awareness of death. I wouldn't have expected them to have a funeral rites, or to have funeral rites still. Apparently, the members of Oblivion unearthed records of ceremonies that were conducted in the Alexandria of old. It was they who put forth the proposal that the Queen be thus honored. Leave it to that lot to think of such things. The people of Alexandria no longer forget the departed, confronted with the idea of death for the first time. I suspect our friends wanted to do something for them. Though Sphene was but a simulacrum, she was nonetheless a pillar for her people. The pain of her passing must run deep. Indeed. A funeral will give Alexandrians the chance to come together to express their grief, that they might overcome it. I wasn't sure at first, but I've decided to go, not only to be there for Galulja, but to put this chapter behind us. That I requested your presence was none other than to see if you wished to attend the funeral. You knew Sphene as well, after all. I think I should go too. Because you consider yourself responsible for her demise, I take it. But that's not a burden you bear alone. Here's my idea. As vow, I'll attend the funeral as a representative of Tuliolo. Meanwhile, you can go in a personal capacity and watch over the people as they mourn. You know what just hit me? All of the people the Warrior of Light has lost throughout all of the expansions. Moonbrita, Horshafont, Ysael, Menfred, so on and so forth. This is the first proper funeral we've been to. I mean, I guess or at the very least, like, in terms of any kind of memorial service, this is the first time we've actually, like, done anything funeral related since Moonbrita. I feel the rest of us should go too. Regardless of the reason, the fact remains that we deprived Alexandria of a beloved ruler. It's only right that we remember who Sphene was, to her people and to others. So let us stand with you. Then it's decided. Let's go ahead to Solution 9 and look for Galulja in the back room. I mean, we carried their bodies and delivered them to the church. But we didn't really get a chance to stand around and, like, mourn. And they took out the quest where we go to pray at Zama's stone when they trimmed A Realm Reborn. So we don't even get that anymore. But, like, the last time we got to do any kind of funeral-related thing was us paying respects to Moonbrita, in Mordona after she died. We didn't even get to go to Horshafon's funeral. We just visited his grave later. Though I too would ideally attend the funeral, given the circumstances, I think it is best that Lamati represents us. Besides, I need to be on hand to oversee the city's repairs, which is taking longer than expected. When that work is complete, we will finally look into installing new thrones. But to have Father's throne here is still... It makes me feel he is close by. I'm quite happy for it to remain for a while. Okay, hear me out. Keep his throne where it is, especially since he was the first... Like, don't have anybody sit in it. Just, like, keep it as is, including the damage, because he was the first Dawn servant. And then just put a new throne here and here, and have those be your and Lamati's thrones. Anyway, okay. While we head to Solution 9 and the back rooms, I'm gonna share my theory that I've had for a while now. Because, minor spoodler, Estinian has not shown up all expansion since the base expansion. He's been, he fucked off to travel around Tural or something, all expansion. And so my theory for a while now has been that he is going to get, or be one of the NPCs that gets a job change this expansion. In terms of, like, being one of the characters who gets an 8.0 job. Because he hasn't been around all expansion, which would be a great way to be like, oh yeah, he's been learning a new skills and stuff. A. B. Of the Scions, he is now, other than Tataru, the only NPC that hasn't gotten a job change, and even Tataru got an outfit change in Endwalker. Estinian hasn't gotten a Scion outfit change, he hasn't gotten a job change, he's the only one at this point that applies to. So yeah, I've been thinking for a while that, oh yeah, they're probably gonna bring him back in 7.5, and reveal an 8.0 job through him. And then sure enough, who's on the 7.5 poster? Estinian! So yeah, I am fairly confident he's getting a job change and they're gonna use him to reveal one of the new jobs. The question is, will it be dragon related? Will it be something completely different? What's a shame about Estinian is a lot of his character arc and character development happens outside of the game in the short stories. But I don't know if there would have been a good way of, like, showing his character development within the game. Without a whole lot of, like, meanwhile, with Estinian, with something that has nothing to do with the Warrior of Light, because a lot of his character arc is his travels alone, interacting with the dragons and stuff. So it'd be cool if he got some sort of, like, new dragon-related job, but we'll see. Somebody's asking a 7.5 question. Let me take off the hood so people know I'm talking about spoilers. Once I hit 7.4, I can safely switch my VTuber model to my, I have another one, but it's a customizable model and it doesn't have the hood, so I can't do this. There we go. All right. For anybody who doesn't want spoilers, I'll stop talking about spoilers when the hood is off. Avert your gaze. All right, so or at least avert your gaze, because Sirius's question will probably pop up in chat. So don't look at the chat section. So yeah, what's up? What about 7.5? Also, since Hood is up, I called we were going back to Garlemald. Alize and Alphino mentioned Garlemald, or like fucked off to Garlemald at the end of 7.4. I thought we'd be doing something Garlemald related, at least in the beginning of 8.0. Where do I think it's located in Garlemald? It looks like it's somewhere in the city. I'll be very interested to see why it's a dungeon, but I assume this is something we're going through Garlemald to, like, head back to the moon. Corvus? That would be interesting. Okay, here's the thing, though. I don't know if we're going to Corvus this expansion, or 8.0, because here's my theory about 8.0. Okay, so we know the bad guys are called the Winterers. And if you did the Rising event last year, fake Yoshi P said, or like his whole little like, yeah, well that's the issue is, so the bad guys are called the Winterers. And based off of what Yoshi P, or not Yoshi P, but like the Wandering Minstrel said in his little like song during the Rising, it makes a reference of gold to silver. So I think the expansion color for next expansion is going to be silver. And I'll have to dig up the screenshots later, but that whole song strongly implied something like winter related. And between those two things, I think we're going to be getting a winter themed expansion. I think 8.0 is going to come out in December. I know a lot of people are calling that cope, but like this is based off of math. This isn't just like wishful thinking. This is the amount of time between 5.0 or 5.5 and 6.0 dropping was 8 months. The amount of time between 6.5 and 7.0 dropping was 8 months. And things were kind of pushing it when I originally thought that 7.5 was going to come out in May, but then they revealed no, 7.5 is coming out in April. May, June, July, August, September, October, November, December is 8 months. Yeah, I think it's gonna be Blind Frost, or honestly, the lore behind Blind Frost makes it sound like it could also be a treasure, like a treasure chest dungeon, treasure map dungeons, potentially. But or we're going to Blind Frost. I would lose my shit if we went to Blind Frost, because that would mean Aura stuff, Zayla stuff. I love me my Zayla lore. Azim's Step was one of my favorite parts of Stormblood because of all the times it referenced the fact that I was a Zayla. But so yeah, I think us going to Garlemald, so I think it's either going to be Blind Frost, areas of northern Ilsabard that we haven't been to yet. If they wanted to keep us on the continent we're on right now, I'd love to go to Northern Shock Tyrell at some point, / whatever they want to call Fantasy Canada. But either way, I think we're going to be going someplace cold. And I think that might be part of why there's like that weird callback with the name of next patch. Because it's like, it's Trail to the Heavens, right? And people keep making jokes about Heavensward, but I think that might be an intentional thing, as we're going someplace cold again. Man, in an ideal world, I'd love to see more of Porthos, but I don't think that's where we're going this expansion, just because of where the story is going. But yeah, Blind Frost would be really cool. one of these days, I would love to like see more of the zones we've already been to, more of the Azim Steppe, north of Yangxia. Yeah. Honestly, originally I thought 5.0 was going to be Nagxia and Dalmasca, but now probably not next expansion because again of the whole winter theme idea. I think they could use Dalmasca as a way to do a really interesting expansion exploring the like what's going on in the old Garlean provinces now that the Empire has fallen. Cause yeah, we have all this set up with like the 4th and stuff, the 4th Legion, and Gabranth like kind of trying to do his own thing because he saw that the Empire was falling. He was like, nope, I'm gonna make my own thing. And like, I know there's like notes and stuff claiming that Leon, whatever, killed Gabranth. But we haven't seen a body. So I have 2 theories about that. One, we know Gabranth, like it's heavily implied in the Boja quests in that final cutscene that Gabranth was ill. And so he may have been dying and basically orchestrated something involving having his subordinate kill him. Or he faked his death, having his subordinate supposedly kill him so that he could something, I don't know. But that'd be a lot. Let me check the world map real quick. I think Nagxia and Dalmasca would still be a good way of doing things, because I mean, I guess I could see how... Is this Corvos? Is that what's that saying on the map? Okay, Corvos we know is like... Oh, it's right here, I think. Because we know it's like right across the water from Thavnair, which just adds to my very firm belief that we were originally supposed to go to Corvos in 6.0. Because then the expansion would have been Sharlayan to Thavnair, and then up to Corvos, or Thavnair to Garlemald, and then to like other territories, including Corvos. And then they decided to smoosh everything together. But cause Mara Cidia, I'm assuming that's why there's a dragons over here, is that Mara Cidia is like, I don't even know if these clouds are covering a landmass or if the implication is that Mara Cidia isn't even on this version of the map. But presumably, I'm gonna base it off of the dragons right here. Mara Cidia is down this way. Honestly, if we go to Mara Cidia, I'd rather the entire expansion be Mara Cidia based. Kind of like how this expansion was entirely New World based, Tyrol based. I know Alexandria was a thing, but Alexandria is technically on Tyrol now. Mara Cidia is its own continent. Oh, it's right here. Oh, that's why there's dragons. Okay, I was just looking at the wrong spot of the map. Yeah, okay. I could see how we could do Corvos, maybe revisit Thavnair, take a boat from Thavnair to Mara Cidia. I still would rather Mara Cidia be its own expansion just because it's been built up so much. And I know, yeah, I'd rather it be its own expansion. Same thing. Maybe they could split things with Dalmasca. But like Yoshi P has said, we're not going to Mara Cidia for a while because he knows people really want to go there and he wants to make sure that they get it right. So they're waiting until they're confident before sending us to Mara Cidia. But Yeah, we'll have to see. Anyway, I'm gonna put up my hood again so that we can, because I want to get all of 7.1 done tonight. So let me put my hood back up so that we can stop talking spoodlers and continue with the story. All right. I want to go this way. You heading to the back room? I am. Gerald and Rowena. Or Gerald and Rowena in every universe. It's good of you to come. We're expecting a large attendance for the funeral. The venue isn't like to hold everyone at once. But the altar will remain for those who couldn't be present during the ceremony. We ourselves plan to go and pay our respects afterwards. Glad to see the invitation reached you. As you may have heard, we were able to find data on forgotten funeral customs amidst old records. It appears to have been reserved by those who ruled the loss of culture due to the proliferation of regulators. We're grateful for their foresight. Ah, you came up for the funeral. Of course. I'm the only one who will officially take part, though. The others will watch over the proceedings. So how have you been? It's been a while since my last visit. I'm good. Shale is always teaching me new things. Recently, I learned about Everkeep's systems and the mechanical soldiers. It's knowledge I'll need to use my authority properly. Studious as always, I see. By way of a treat, I've brought you gâteau au chocolat. It's a kind of cake. I think you'll like it. Thank you, Lamati, and thank you for coming. I've never been to a funeral before, so I feel less nervous having you here. Out of curiosity, what's the custom in Alexandria? In our world, it's common to offer flowers to the departed. It's much the same here, according to the records. Flowers will be distributed to all attendees. I bet that's the same across all the reflections because of that side quest in Elpis. Considering that all the worlds used to be one, the practice of offering flowers may well share the same ancient origin. Yeah, I know! That's what I literally just said! Fascinating, wouldn't you say? I helped create that! It's a relief to see that Galulja is doing well. He's been through too much for one so young. From a group that plotted to undermine a tyrant king from the shadows, to one that aids their fellow citizens in the open, Oblivion has come a long way. Yeah. Also, gee, that sounds familiar. How Scion-like of them. For the people to take it on themselves to organize and hold the funeral. It speaks to their enduring love for Sveen. While we proposed the funeral, the royal administration took on the brunt of the planning. One of their number can better explain what the ceremony will entail. Although I've been in the back room before, there was no time to see the sights. I should like to take a closer look at the equipment. Papa always said he didn't want a somber funeral, so we celebrated his life together with our victory. I'm sure he would have loved it. I like to think he was watching us from the world beyond, filling his cup every time we filled our own. Galulja wishes to go and collect his flower for the funeral. The flowers are being handed out at Praxis Park. I'm thinking of heading over there now. We'll join you. There's a man I would like to speak with. Gosan. He was apparently Sphne's aide, and the one who sent us the invitation. Come on, let's go. Well, oh, you're still saying the same thing. All right. Oh. Here we go. I just want to see if I can spot a certain detail. Yup. Wait. Yes? Yeah, that's one of the special ones, right? Muklamat's attendance will surely help strengthen relations between the two nations, and get the strong impression that both Tuliolo and Alexandria wish to put this tragic past behind them. It makes sense that Sphene had loyal aides such as Gosan, given how much time she dedicated to walking among her. While it appears souls are still being issued, supply must be limited now that they're no longer being harvested. One moment. I'm okay. The grim faces in the queue tell the tale. Judging from all the activity, I presume the funeral will be held here. All correspondence was being handled by the Wing of Reflection, so this is my first time speaking with Gosan. Thank you. Here he is, Gosan. Hello. Why, I'm Wuklamat of Tuliolo. Thank you for extending us an invitation to Queen Sphne's funeral. We are honored, truly. I had seen you before from a distance, but never had the pleasure. Also, I just realized, no, I don't think that is one of the special regulators, at least not yet. But I am Gosan, former chief aide to the Queen. Since her passing, I have been responsible for administering affairs of state. Can we get our flowers here? Yes, Your Majesty. The flowers are being handed out at the counter yonder, alongside the regulators. What? We need to wear regulators for the funeral? Rest assured, they are not a requirement. We're aware your people do not use them. You see, people in Alexandria of old wore tokens of mourning upon their persons when attending funerals. As such tokens were black, it was suggested that we might wear regulators painted the same color. Oh, okay, he is wearing one of them. I'm just stupid and don't remember what the other ones look like, but yeah, no, okay. We've yet to produce enough for everyone, but we're distributing them as as we are able. I see. Or no, the important thing is that we remember Queen Sphene. Remember her and her kindness as you make an offering of your flower. I will. The proceedings will soon begin in this plaza. Please take your place once you have your flower.
Although we are gathered here for the same reason, we hail from different lands. Some were born and raised in the Alexandria of old, while others came to us from Tuliolal. It was from this union of diverse peoples that a new Alexandria was born. The only home that our younger generation knows. How did we overcome the barriers between us? What moved us to join hands in common purpose beneath crackling skies? You know the answer. We survived. We thrived because Queen Sphene brought us together. Inspired and encouraged by her boundless kindness, we strove to be better, for ourselves as well as those around us. And in Her Majesty's absence, there is a sadness beyond words. Yet we will remember her. Remember all the good that she has done for us. So let us pray, as the people of the Old Kingdom once did, for the peaceful repose of the departed. And let us keep our beloved Queen forever in our hearts, that her memory might guide us unto the morrow. Would that I could find solace in my own words.
Was Queen Sphene taken to the cloud?
She must have been. To still remember her is strange, isn't it, darling?
I miss her. She would always cheer me up when I was down. But even though I remember her, I'll never see her again. That doesn't make sense.
It seems that's what it means to die, I'm afraid.
But what will happen to us? Are we just going to be sad forever?
What will happen indeed? Everything that we have, we owe to Queen Sphene. How are we to go on without her?
I still remember Her Majesty so clearly. If only I didn't, I might feel better about the future of our realm.
Perhaps we should also consider moving to Tuliolo. The journey won't be easy, but it'd be better than staying here in uncertainty.
In times like these, I take comfort in the beliefs of a Turali people called the Yokui. To them, death isn't the end. So long as we're remembered, we never truly die. It could be the same for Queen Sphene, you know? If you keep her alive in your hearts, she'll always be with you.
But we still won't be able to see her, right? I don't want to think about that. I wish I could just forget instead of having to feel like this.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to impose. Please, mourn your queen however you see fit. As expected, they struggle to come to terms with their loss. I hope they can find a way to move forward.
It's not only grief that weighs on them, but worry for the future. Bereft of their queen, how will they proceed?
True. But with that at least, we're not powerless to help. What is it, Guloja?
I was wondering, is it better to remember or forget someone when they're dead? I remember my father, and every time I think of him, it hurts. It's the same with Queen Sphene. Knowing that she's gone makes me feel sad. But it's different with my mother. I never knew her, so I don't feel as bad. I want to remember my father, but maybe I'd be better off forgetting him.
Guloja.
Why don't we continue this somewhere else?
All right, and we're about to get an ad break on Twitch, so we will continue after the fact. I will say, I'm so glad that they like really dug into this. They created a setting where people haven't had to worry about mourning, in some cases in 30 years, in other cases in like hundreds. And so they don't have the foundation to be able to deal with remembering their dead and mourning and stuff. On top of that, Sphene has been around for hundreds of years as their queen, and now they suddenly don't have their leaders. So it's understandable that people are nervous about their future and the future of the nation, because she's the only queen they've had for hundreds of years. Now what? So, and yeah, they have Galulja. And man, Galulja is one of the reasons why I wish I hope someday we get a time skip so we can see him all grown up. But yeah, anyway, I'm gonna put up the BRB screen because ads are about to happen, and I'll see you guys on the other side. All right, we're back. Let me get a quick hydration. There we go. All right. This seems a good place to continue our conversation. Simply leaving Alexandria won't solve all their problems, I fear. The problem runs deeper than that. Yeah, trauma. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have brought that up. Seeing that child reminded me of myself, of how hard it was for me to accept that grandfather was gone. I remember that. I was there for the Bahamut quests. But that sadness is what gave me the strength to come this far, and I would never choose to forget it. Never. I hope the altar can provide comfort to those in need or who need it. Man, yeah, imagine what Alize and Alphino would be like if they couldn't remember Louisoix. They would not be the same people. He was such a huge inspiration to them. That would be wild. Hey, Galulja, do you really know nothing about or at all about your mother? Shale searched the system for information on residents, but the only Mamulja she found listed were my father and me. Even if she died and was erased from people's memories, she should have been there, but she wasn't. Well, that you're here means she was here too, inside the dome. There can't be any other way about it. Well, let me tell ya, considering we also don't know anything about Zeralja's mother, I spent the entire time between 7.0 coming out and 7.1 coming out wondering if it wasn't possible that, like, Mamulja could reproduce asexually. Which would have been incredibly funny, but, like... Do you want to know your mother? I think so. Even if it makes me feel sad, I want to know her. So I want to try looking again. And if I don't find anything this time, I'll give up. I see. Well, if that's what you want... then I'll help you. I'd like to help as well, and I believe I speak for the others too. Yeah. Let's help the baby! But I can't bother you with this. You already came for the funeral. We came here not only for the funeral, but to see whether all was well in Alexandria. We're not about to leave just yet. Besides, in seeking to learn about your mother, we're bound to learn about your father as well. By retracing the steps of this man who kept his own counsel, we may gain knowledge that can serve the people of Alexandria. All right. Thank you, everyone. Yeah. If no records remain of Galulja's mother, then where do we begin our search? I understand all too well Galulja's desire. For the longest time, I found my own father's actions inexplicable. Yeah, but your dad was just stubborn and trying to protect you and acting out of love for you. Galulja's father was a, imperialistic dick. If this is what Galulja wants, then I'll help him however I can. After all, we're family. We might learn more about my father too? I hadn't thought of that. I mean, yeah, we need to find out how exactly your mom managed to get your dad in bed, right? I can very much relate to his feelings. I pray Galulja finds what he seeks. Yeah, but again, Kryle, your parents loved you. Grahatia has an idea on how you may proceed with your investigation. Assuming neither memories nor records of Galulja's mother remain, we must cast as wide a net as possible. I suggest we split into groups. Shizune, if you could make inquiries outside in the outskirts, the rest of us will do the same in Solution 9. Okay, to the outskirts. Sorry, but I've never heard of a Mamulja woman living in these parts, much less one connected to Zeralja. You might have better luck talking to the people over at a Tonawatan settlement to the north of Everkeep, in a place called Yawata. The resilient son won their loyalty when he saved them from some crisis or another, or so the story goes. If I remember correctly, their chief's name was Kaniloka. Your exchange with the middle-aged Tonawata has taught you about Zeralja's devoted. Why am I walking as if I don't have the ability to fly? There we go. Aha. You're looking for Mamulja woman? Oh, Galulja's mother. I can't help you there, I'm afraid. I only know a little about Zeralja, and then only what my father told me. He said that before the Dome cut us off from the outside world, a Taral Vidral had appeared and was terrorizing the region. In response, Zeralja assembled a party of warriors, and with them confronted and felled the beast. It was interesting to hear of the king's feat in the past. Your exchange with the fresh-faced Tonawata has taught you about a battle with the Taral Vidral. A Mamulja woman? Their people have never been a common sight around here. Why, the last time I saw one would have been before the dome came down over our heads. She was among an entourage of Landsguard that was dispatched here. I assume they all returned to Tuliolol after their mission. But if any remained, I suppose they could have been trapped in here with the rest of us. Your exchange with the chatty Shatona has taught you about a Mamulja woman. And now we made up with the others at the back room. What am I doing? Ethernet, and then over here. This funeral is only the first step towards helping the people overcome their grief. We'll keep looking for ways to support them during these trying times. Zeralja rarely made public appearances, so the people had no idea how he spent most of his time. Yet I believe therein lies the key to the answers we seek. Solution 9 is vast indeed. Even with the teleporters, we could cover but a small portion of it. I'm sorry, but I couldn't find anything useful. None of the people I questioned had heard of a Mamulja woman before. Lama T didn't seem to have much luck. How did you fare? I may have found something. While I failed to learn anything directly related to Galulja's mother, I did find some information which may shed some light on upon Zeralja. Oh? Ah, you're back too! I told Shale all about your search. Galulja has told me all. We've previously tried to track down records of his mother, but came up empty-handed. With everyone's help, hopefully we can get somewhere this time. Notes concerning a Mamulja woman who belonged to the Landsguard. Notes concerning a settlement located in Ueawata, whose people are said to be fiercely loyal to their king. Notes concerning a battle between Zeralja and a mighty beast which occurred in Yasulani. Ah, so you spoke with as well. Yes, quite a few. 3. Let's combine all our findings and see what conclusions we might draw. So, Zeralja brought her retinue of Landsguard to Yasulani, among whom was a female Mamulja. His mission was to rid the region of a Tural Vidral, and I believe it's safe to say that was the crisis in Ueawata he resolved. If some of his troops stuck around for a time, perhaps to assist the villagers with recovery efforts, then they could have indeed gotten trapped in the dome. We also heard stories about the settlement in Ueawata. People lived there until nearly a decade ago, and Zeralja made regular visits. If he required secrecy, a location home to his most loyal followers would be ideal. And if this Mamulja woman had remained there, they would have had occasion to come in contact. Yes, contact. I see. But what would Zeralja have been doing in that village? Only one way to find out. I think we can answer that question. In order to retrace Zeralja's steps, Raha and I spoke with a researcher who worked at Organics. He said that, approximately 20 years ago, a number of his colleagues were transferred to a research facility outside Everkeep, per the King's direct order. This is the first I've heard of such a facility. Only Vanguard was believed to have been under the King's jurisdiction. It was apparently being used to develop a new kind of weapon, but I'm afraid that was all we could learn. It's plenty to go on. Even if the work there was classified, any materials and equipment needed would have been manufactured within Everkeep. So, if we look into transportation records... There it is. The routes are full of detours and attempts at obfuscation, but large deliveries were being made to Ueawata, far too large for a mere village. There hasn't been any activity for years, though. It's likely the facility has been decommissioned. Do you think that's where my mother was? We can't say for certain just yet, but I reckon there's a good chance. This is amazing! Even though no one remembers her, you managed to figure all this out. Each piece of the puzzle may reveal little on its own, but when we put several together, a picture begins to form. And even should memories fade, footprints remain to mark the path of those who walked before. A lesson I learned in another life. Oh. So we'll be investigating the secret facility in Ueyawata then. And this time, I want you to come along, Galulja. I forgot this was her idea! Lamati, what the fuck? Ueyawata is on the other side of the lake. To get there, you'll need to take a hover cargo from the drift downs. All right, thank you, Shale. Why are you so cool about this, Shale? We're taking the baby on a dangerous excursion. Make your way to the drift downs when you're ready. Kilusa will have a hover cargo ready for you. Anything new from you, General? Nope, you're still talking about Rodina. Are you guys just exes in every lifetime? Is that it? Okay, I want to go to the outskirts first. Still can't believe nobody points out how absolutely wild it is that we are taking Tiny Child with us. To an unknown place where we don't know how dangerous it's gonna be. But we do know something Terral Vidral. Weapons development in secret with the aid of devoted followers. Nothing good will have come of this. The settlement in the outskirts. That was originally Tonawatan as well, yes? I wonder if Ueyawata is similar to it. While the researcher we spoke with remembered that he had colleagues, he couldn't recall details about any specific individuals. Not their names, nor what they were like. Uh-oh! Someone would have noticed if Zeralja traveled from the drift downs. I expect he utilized the flying vehicle. We've seen how much has changed for the part of Yasulani that's on this side of the dome. I wonder what it's like on the other. So the hover cargo will take us across the lake. I've never been over there before. It's still inside the dome, so I don't expect it'll be too different from here. Yeah, dangerous. We'll likely encounter dangerous beasts, so the rest of us will go first. You follow when it's safe to do so, all right? All right. Be careful, everyone. All right, you have a good night, Cyrus. Sleep well. In the meantime, hey guys, who wants to do Ueyawata mine with me? We've seen the havoc that Valley Garmanda wreaked on Urquapacha. I wonder what this other Terral Vidral might have left in its wake. While I alone haven't seen much of the dome, I am no stranger to braving the unknown. I will not slow us down. Let me also tag the Discord. See if any emergency rations want in. Karen. I promised to look after Guluolja, but I've spent hardly any time with him. I'm going to make up for that by going on a nice bonding outing to a dangerous facility? Don't worry about me. I'm good at hiding from beasts. If the facility was used to research new weaponry, then it will have had tight security. Even if it has been closed down, let us proceed with caution. I can't help but be reminded of our foray into organics and of Kafkiwa. Yeah. Also, I'm gonna hippity hop into a voice chat in case anybody wants to join in. Looks like we just need one more DPS. Okay. Ooh. Anyway. Alright, I guess I will throw us into Party Finder. Please help Cryface. Dungeon Yueyawata. And yeah. Alrighty. I forgot the dungeon was so early in the patch. Mostly because, like, this patch has so much that happens in it. But yeah. Okay. This all makes sense. Also, that I know there's a faster way of getting up there, but I'm just gonna fly up here. Let me. Yeah, sure, Red Mage for a second. Because this is what I've been leveling up using allied societies lately. And boop, there we go. Oh, in the meantime, before I forget, minimum item level, silence echo, confirm. There we go. I talked to everybody already, right? Alright, well, while we wait, let me... Yeah, let me go over to Doc Poga. Obviously, the solution is I need to put us in the middle of a cutscene to get the final person, because we always fill while I'm in the middle of a cutscene. Also, yeah, I can dye my healer stuff now, so Red Mage Glamour. It's not quite the red I normally give it, but I was too lazy to get the proper shade, and this is what I had on hand. I cannot wait for consolidated dyes to be a thing. It's gonna make my life so much easier. Leap Blue looks positively delighted. Did you hear? Business is booming at the Terali Travel Agency. Thanks to you and the Hanu, we've been seeing stellar sales. And our new policies and training are all paying off. Not a single one of our customers has been accosted by fiends. Needless to say, they find the presence of their guides turned protectors thoroughly reassuring. Still, a few issues have come to light. First and foremost, our reach. So far, our tours have been limited to downstream of Kozamauka, but many guests have expressed a desire to see the region's upper reaches. With that in mind, I contacted Moblu and asked her to gauge how receptive the Moblins might be to the whole tourism concept. We're about to hold a meeting to discuss the matter, and I'd love to have you join us. When you're ready, head to Elder Zanuhali's residence in Okanu. Okay. Also, I decided... I think I'm actually going to switch to this glamour. It's more appropriate for the setting, I think. There we go. Oh! All right. Alrighty, we have our people. Yawata Field Station, and let's go. Yeah. Kieran mentioned that this would be just like the dungeon was on release, which is kind of the idea. Part of why I started doing this, besides the fact that I wanted to set myself apart from some other Final Fantasy content creators, since I can't do first-time reactions, is I missed the same mechanics in like ARR content. I wanted to see mechanics in Crystal Tower. I honestly think that they need to adjust the item level sync for Realm of Reborn content so that we still have to do mechanics in those raids. I think Circus Tower especially is way more fun when you actually have to do the mechanics. Loda was also pretty fun when we did it. Even if there were some things that we were so lost on that we actually had to look up a guide mid-fight because we kept wiping to Bahamut. Or not Bahamut, oh my god. Behemoth. Okay. Oh, shit. Okay, nope. Oh yeah, the stuff in here is like actually good gear for me. Oh right, also. Lore time. Research note. While His Majesty Zeralja is not the first to conceive of transferring a beast's soul into a person's body, safety and ethical concerns have ensured no earnest attempts have been made to date. Yet our king believes that there is no greater evil than to hinder the potential of man, and so he has ordered us to make this conception a reality. He would bolster our military might and break through into the outside world. If our research will further this ambition, then perhaps it gives us a timeline for Arcadian. It means that they've only been using feral souls for the last 10 or 20 years. Our bodies are fragile vessels. Although the infusion of another person's soul confers strength and vitality, the soul of a beast yields mixed results. Even when stripped of memories, a feral soul can induce psychological instability in the subject. I suspect this is because primal instincts remain. And while a certain amount of bestial ferocity is expected, and I dare say, welcome, too many such souls can lead to physical mutations. For now, our objective shall be to determine the threshold beyond which a body is at risk of uncontrolled mutation. Here. Oh. I already have that. Okay. The rate of transfiguration may be dictated by the potency of the soul consumed. We've experimented with fiends of great power, but mutations were observed after the infusion of merely a single soul. No better was this phenomenon illustrated than with poor Atticus. His body was altered irreparably, and he lost all capacity for rational thought. While the primary objective of this research was to utilize the soul of a Tural Vidral, I struggle to see a path forward. An alternative approach must be considered. There's no lore hiding out in here, is there? Okay, cool. If the source of our failures thus far has been the inability of our bodies to contain feral souls, what if we were to reverse the process? By purging a beast of its memories and infusing it with a man's soul, one still possessed of its own memories, we stand to gain absolute control over a vessel of great power. My subordinate, who first proposed this brilliant hypothesis, shall have the honor of being the first to transcend our meager limits. I must prepare his soul for extraction at once. Oh, this is Kaniloka! Oh! I see. This was the person who was the leader of the village. Were they the subordinate? Or were they the person who left the note? Nope. Ow. I've always been such ass at the timing for that confusion mechanic. Oh, 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 oh-y. Okay, okay, we're okay. Yeah! Okay, we're all good. That's a good sound. Oh, let me hit the button, let me hit the button, let me hit the button. There we go. Okay, we're good. Bunny! Bunny! It just wants to be a friend. All right, let's go. Whee! Ah, here we go. Alright, let's go. And, before I forget... Because I can't tell you how many times I have gotten hit by that attack because I forget it happens. If I hadn't gotten this dungeon during roulettes on my main last night, I may have forgotten today. Live on stream. And then we move. Kieran. Kieran, please. Kieran, please. You live. It's coming from that way. I did not hit. Sprint. Move. Girl, move. Ow. Right. Things are a lot less survivable. Minimum item level. Haha. See if I can salvage my rotation. There we go, I redeemed myself. I win! We win! And we timed that perfectly. All right. So, I might snooze the, no, this feels like a good place to... But in the meantime, whoop, yeah, I'm gonna hang out in here for a few minutes because of ad break, but I can do it without it killing me. But yeah, I'm gonna put up the BRB screen for now. I will see you guys on the other side. Oop, there you go. Yep. All right, we're back. So, let us continue with the fight. Why does it seem like it's still alive and breathing? And like we didn't destroy it? Could we have bunny friend? Oh, that's right. The minion from here is a bunny, isn't it? Oh, wait a minute. That's right.
For all the talk of my brother felling this beast, he only imprisoned it, like Vali Armanda.
From what I could tell, they sought to transfer people's souls and memories into bestial vessels at that facility. The Tural Vidral explains the need for a remote location. It was doubtless their prime subject. Though I expect Zoralja did not foresee the opportunities it presented when he imprisoned the creature.
And so, in order to prevent the breakdown of the individual, I instead seek to transfer their soul into the body of the beast.
This would allow one to wield the power of a Tural Vidral.
In theory, our initial experiments will involve lesser creatures. But in time, I am confident we will be able to bring even the mightiest under our control.
And what becomes of those who offer their souls?
As they won't be able to return to their original forms, we must consider them lost. But the sacrifice will be worthwhile, for the army you stand to gain will far surpass any composed of mechanical soldiers.
Very well. Recruit volunteers and begin at once.
Thank you, Your Majesty. I shall return to the observatory and see to the necessary preparations.
So, you've given him permission?
Teshalja, you will assist Kaniloka. As one of the Land's Guard's finest chirurgeons, your knowledge may be of use in his experiments. You will also watch him closely. In what you learn, you will report to me. You object to his project? Or are you incapable of performing this duty?
No, Your Majesty. Whether we shelter within the dome or expand beyond it, we require great power. But with no one to rely upon, we must take that power for ourselves, even if the means are questionable. I will do as you command. But if Kaniloka's work bears fruit, I wish to beg a boon.
What do you desire?
Something that I had accepted I would never have in Tuliyollal.
Your body.
That I believed would forever be beyond me. That it was foolish to covet.
She wants your body.
But here and now, it is close. So very, very close.
It's his body.
Perform your duty to my satisfaction, and anything you desire is yours. That which I seek does not lie within this dome. Here, I cannot prove the miracle. But if what you seek is at hand, then you may claim it, for it has no value to me.
Are you all right?
Teishalja. Could she be my mother?
Like the people in the outskirts said, few Mamulja lived in the Yasulani. I can't imagine many other Ubigo women were trapped in the dome. That being the case, she could well be the one.
This observatory Kanaloka returned to, could it not be part of the research facility? We might learn something about Teishalja there.
That's where we're going next, then.
It seems this Kaniloka was in charge here. From your recounting, he was quite dedicated to Zeralja. The villagers were likely monitoring the imprisoned Thrall Vidral at Zeralja's behest, and at some point, they became involved in the research of souls. Yes, and then they became... Hang on. Volunteers. Teishalja, you said her name was. I wonder what her story is. Now that the danger is behind us, it started sinking in just how unsettling this place is. Hard to believe it used to be a village. That you should be able to peer into the Thrall Vidral's past. I wonder what that implies for the beast's consciousness while it was sealed away. I mean, I've dealt with, what's it? Is it gonna let me go past this point? Nope. But I've dealt with, auspices, and Thrall Vidral are basically auspices by another name, which means there would have been a period before they became super dangerous monsters where they did have intelligence and stuff. And probably could have been reasoned with. I wish I could see into the past like you. Then I could see people who are gone. Because there aren't any other Mamulja women here. For a long time, I couldn't even imagine what my mother looked like. But when I visited Tuliolol and saw some, I was finally able to picture her in my mind. And one day, I hope I can see what she actually looked like as well. Aw, kiddo. Yeah, sure, why not skill speed? Is it all right if I go around by myself now? I mean, I guess, maybe? Krile is eager to begin searching the research facility. While we've discerned the purpose of the research conducted here, the traces of it that remain might afford us greater insight into what became of it, or what came of it. Let us take a look around for information as well as a way to the upper level. It's really interesting how, like, the lore established by this quest does so much heavy lifting in terms of what goes on in the Arcadian and, like, establishing the timeline of that, because if this facility was established like 20 years ago and decommissioned like 10 years ago, that means they've only been using feral souls in the Arcadian for maybe the last 10 to 20 years, give or take, based on how long it took to make the technology. I was like looking and seeing all the work that they put into the environments of these dungeons. But anyway, that, and also like how long it took for them to want to use it for entertainment purposes and not just the military. So maybe it's been less than 10 years, but it definitely couldn't have been more than like 10 or 20. They really went all out with the medical horror with this, huh? Oh, wheelchair in front of the mirror? Oh, hello. Failed zombie, patient, or researcher? What happened to the people here? Did they all leave? Or did we already meet them? I think it's the second one. Considering the fact that that researcher back in Solution 9 couldn't remember his co-workers, and the blood everywhere. Sorry, the paint job. And the pile of body bags. I wonder if these are like actually dead people or if these are the bodies of the people whose souls got extracted and put into monsters or creatures or whatever. To think that people actually volunteered their souls for these experiments. Success was far from guaranteed, and even was their devotion to Zeralja so absolute? Probably a little bit of that, and probably a little bit of them being volunteers. It won't open, and I don't think it'll yield to our shoulders either. We'll have to do it the old-fashioned way and find the key. We could try blowing it up. Did you try using magic? A lift can be seen behind the wrought iron gate. As sturdy as it appears, the gate will likely resist attempts to force it open. A security panel is nearby. Perhaps a verification key will open the way. The fact that there are still bodies in there is absolutely wild. I wonder what Beck Lug would make of this research into transferring souls. Yeah, good question! Can we go talk to them about it? God, they'd probably absolutely hate the concept of Alexandria and everything that they did. Oh, I see. There are monster cages in here. Empty ones, mind you. But, I'm guessing this is where the procedure was done in one direction or the other. Why does it look like there's a waiting area? That's interesting. The researchers likely moved between the upper and lower levels. Perhaps we can find a key among their belongings. It makes me angry to think about what they did here. Me too. This is an interesting cut. It's trying to close, but it can't. Test subject's journal. They're recruiting volunteers for a new experiment. I know I'm not as bright as the others, but they wouldn't laugh at me if I was stronger than them. This might be my chance. Soul transferred a few days ago. I can write. Can write good, yes? I am good. Very good. Getting hard to control strength. Today bit off hand of feeder. Cannot help it, so strong. Hungry. Always hungry. Cannot control. Eat. I must eat. Am eater must eat. You find nothing that resembles a verification key. Perhaps you should search elsewhere. Let me make sure I didn't miss any lore over here. No. Okay. Whoop. Supplies for the staff are neatly arranged within the cabinet. Among the various items is a manual outlining regulations and tranquilizing gas to be used in emergencies. You dig deeper and find a verification key. Perhaps it can be used to open the iron gate. Okay, you guys don't have anything new to say? Yep, nothing. All right. You found the key? Great! I'll call the others. It seems the key can be used to operate the lift as well. Up we go. Weird that the power is still on, but... So this is the observatory. I didn't expect it to be similar, but this is a far cry from the temple that held Vali Garmanda. All the machinery appears to still be in operation. I expect there are auxiliary systems in place to ensure that monitoring can continue, even in emergencies. Oh, that's probably why the power's still on. The warnings indicate various anomalies, related to the seal's failure, most likely. For a blessing, we managed to fell the beast before it could cause harm. Right then, let's see if we can find some clues about Galulja's mother. I I think I can use this terminal. Shale taught me how. he's so cute. There's so much data at. Perhaps we can narrow down the search by inputting the name Tishaldra. It brought up a lot of results. They all seem to say the same thing. Tishaldra, Administrator of Experimental Treatments. Research logs. This sounds good, doesn't it? Chances are the data is encrypted, and even if not, it will take considerable time to go through it all. Hi, Kwame! Then let us take it with us to the back room and have Shale analyze it. Agreed. Alright, I'll transfer it to the storage device I brought. There, it's finished. Thank you so much for bringing me all the way to here, everyone. If you're happy, then so am I. Besides, I was able to learn more about my brother as well. It was a fruitful adventure for the both of us. We are currently playing through 7.1 MSQ. I've been playing Final Fantasy XIV since A Realm Reborn, and at one point I decided to stream all the main series Final Fantasy games so I'd know where the references came from, and then replay Final Fantasy XIV on a fresh character. But because I've been playing the game for so long, I can't exactly give first-time reactions and feed the emotional vampirism of the community. So I do everything minimum item level and no echo, and when I can get away with it, undersized instead. I do all the content patch by patch because A, it helps with burnout, B, it leans into the whole idea of this being a retrospective. And so we're on 7.1 content right now. We're doing 7.1 MSQ tonight. We're gonna do the Alliance raid on Tuesday. Wednesday will be, and whatever we have left of Tuesday, will be side quests. And then next week we start 7.2. And if all goes to plan, I should be caught up in time for FanFest. It seems safe to say my brother returned to Yueyawata for the Taral withdrawal. He wanted its power, no matter the cost. I'm glad we could find what we sought in that abandoned facility. Kilusa is really good at driving the hover cargo. I wonder if I can learn how to drive it too. You are a child! Wait until you've grown up a little. Wait until your legs can reach the pedals. I admit the Taral withdrawal gave me a fright at first. But then I remembered who felled the mighty Valigamanda. I'll not soon forget our visit to that facility. It was a troubling reminder of the depravity that can arise from the belief that souls are simply a resource to be exploited. And here we are. The authorities will doubtless wish to be informed about the facility and its contents. But first things first, let us deliver the data to Shale. But yeah, if you ever decide to replay Final Fantasy XIV... okay, don't listen to what people say about Dawn Trail. I actually think it's a lot better than people give it credit for. I actually had a lot of issues with how Endwalker was written. And the devs must have gotten similar feedback to what I had about Endwalker, because a lot of stuff in Dawntrail feels like it is addressing issues I had with Endwalker specifically. I think the writing is actually pretty good for it. I'd actually say it's slightly better written than Heavensward. I feel like a lot of people forget base Heavensward was just kind of okay, and the pacing was not great. Heavensward, what made Heavensward so good was how the was Heavensward from 3.0 through was 3.0 through 3.3, and how satisfying the conclusion of 3.3 was. I think it's a couple things. At least with the English-speaking community, I think a lot of the Wuklamats hate specifically. Some of it probably had something to do with the fact that Wuklamat's voice actor, or voice actress, I should say, is trans. Because they were getting a lot of heat for that, and she as a character was getting a lot of heat even before the expansion came out. Combine that with how, like, anytime somebody calls her Wokelamat, I just disregard their opinion entirely. There was definitely a transphobia issue. I think also it's hard not to notice that the two characters that get a lot of heat in Final Fantasy XIV are Wukelamat and Leafs. And I do think some of it is a sexism issue, because people will complain or sometimes even make up stuff to be mad at or like to hate them for. And some of their complaints involve things that people don't have an issue with when it comes to male characters. So there's that. I think also there's a bit of an ego issue where some people who play Final Fantasy XIV can't handle not being the super duper main character center of attention for a little bit. And Dawntrail is very much Wuklamat's story. It does shift the focus away from the Warrior of Light for like 10 levels to Wuklamat and her journey. Dawntrail, the first part of Dawntrail is basically Final Fantasy X, and Wuklamat is Yuna, and we're Titus, which means all of the movement of the story and, you know, the character development and stuff really focuses more on Wuklamat than the Warrior of Light. But I think some of that was to set up stuff that shifts the focus back to the Warrior of Light eventually. Because, like, the thing we get at the end is this key that has the ability to travel between worlds potentially, or connect the worlds, like the different reflections. And I think the whole point of Dawntrail ultimately was to introduce that key, and when Sphene, who was the antagonist of the base expansion, uses it, a certain very familiar symbol shows up on it. The sun symbol. Which makes me think that the key may have originally been made by Azum. I think that the key was Azum's answer to the fact that they were against the whole idea of Zodiark and Hydaelyn, but knew what was coming, and the idea behind the key was to reconnect the worlds after they got sundered. So yeah, but I think that's the other issue, because Stormblood, I think people were mad at least because she was the main character, and we were there to support her. So yeah, but I think Dawntrail was actually really well written. Granted, I'm coming from it from the perspective of a writer, but there's a lot of really interesting stuff they did with foreshadowing and the concept of characters being foils to one another. They were very good about staying on theme of, like, the whole theme of Dawntrail is about mourning and grief and stuff. I don't know if you're familiar with what's going on in Alexandria and how that whole thing got, or like how their society is set up, but they've spent the last couple hundred years not remembering their dead. And like not having to worry about dying, because if they died, they'd get a new soul. Because they were just like scrubbing souls of memories and then giving them to people. And now, because of the events of Base Dawntrail, that's not a thing anymore. And so people now are having to contend with the concept of mortality and mourning and grief. And some of them, because their queen is dead now, are like, I wish I didn't remember. I think it would be better if I just forgot so I didn't have to feel this way anymore. And like, it's really interesting how they like are not glossing over those aspects of it and are really digging into those themes. Also, we have cute tiny child Galilja right now. But yeah. Dawntrail is basically a mix of Final Fantasy X and Final Fantasy IX. I think they did a good job of it. You found information on Galulja's mother? You lot never cease to amaze. Having now spent some time in these harsh environs, I feel I have a better understanding of how much of a steadying presence Sphene was to her people. Galulja had no trouble keeping up during the outing. He really is his father's son. It was Shale who gave me the storage device before we left. She said that we'd probably need it, and we did. From what I can see, things haven't changed much since the funeral. People are still listless like before. I've been thinking, it may behoove us to learn how to use the various devices found throughout Alexandria. Better late than never, after all. The data will be in good hands with Shale. Welcome back. Galulja has already given me the storage device. There looks to be a wealth of data, all of which is encrypted, so I'll need time to process everything. In that case, Alize and I might take ourselves around the city and check on the people. Aye, their mood has us a bit worried. I don't know if there's anything we can do to help, but we'll see. Understood. I'll let you know as soon as I've finished my work. Thank you. We'll see you again soon. Yeah. I mean, it's like... I mean, not that... to be clear, it's not that I don't think Dawntrail doesn't have its problems. Same thing with Stormblood. But I think it's a lot better. I think both of those expansions are a lot better than people give it credit for. I think the other issue with Stormblood was... it wasn't as good as Heavensward or Shadowbringers, which is a hard standard to hold something to. Doesn't mean it's bad, just not, you know, it's a 9 between two 10s. And also it's a way more low fantasy story compared to everything else in the game, because its focus is more on war. You could take the story of Stormblood out of Final Fantasy XIV and place it in the real world, and nothing about it would really change all that much. So I think that's the other issue with Stormblood. But yeah, honestly, Dawntrail is a lot better written than people give it credit for. And I'm really interested to see where the story goes from here. I met some members of Oblivion on my way back here. They themselves were returning after having paid their respects to Sphene. Let me just talk to Carl, right? Oh. I suspect the Alexandrians' plight reminds Alphino and Alize of the Garleans. Little wonder they feel compelled to assist in any way they can. Decrypting files isn't the hard part. It's when the number of digits in a password is unknown that the long nights begin. I'll stay here with Shale. There's a lot I can learn just from watching her. I share our friend's concern. It's not surprising that the Alexandrians are having difficulty coping with their grief, but still. Alize isn't wrong. the mood out there is still grim. I mean, Sphene was their queen for 400 years, and now she's gone, and they have to cope with it. Of course it's going to be grim. Today was the funeral. Some of the Torelli remember a time before they were dependent on the soul system, but even they're unsettled and wondering aloud if they'll have the chance to reunite with old friends and family before they pass on. With good reason, too. The journey home won't be an easy one for those who've grown old. Cutest Lala in the game? That's why it's mostly been younger folk who've been leaving for Tural, ones with no elders to care for. Alright, let's put it this way. Stick around for my streams, because current favorite Lalafels in the game don't show up until a later patch. Word of that problem has reached us in Tuliolo. My brother is doing all he can to see the Shock-Tural railroads restored to operation, so that people may come and go more freely. Unfortunately, the tracks only go as far as Vanguard, so some traveling by foot will still be necessary. Even so, the railroad would make things a sight easier. How long before it's back in service? I couldn't say. When I left for this visit, Kona seemed reluctant to make promises. But while Shale's working on the data, we could go and see the state of it for ourselves. Yeah. To Shaloni Station, then. I'll make sure to keep Kona informed. Let us know if there's good news concerning the railroad. We can disseminate it through our network and hopefully put some minds at ease. Say hello to Kona for me. You'll have plenty of time while I work on this. Trust me. I would be astonished if they were able to restore railroad service so quickly. The locomotive was nigh obliterated in its collision with the dome. Haha, yeah, oops. Raha and I will keep an eye on things here in your absence. Alright, to Shaloni then. Also, hey, so you played through at least Shadowbringers, right? You said you haven't played in 3 years, so I'm guessing you stopped after either Shadowbringers or Endwalker. That's not the right door. Here we go. You're about to see some very familiar faces. I've filled Kona in. He asks that we continue to support the Alexandrians as best we can. Operations are still suspended, but we're trying to remain optimistic. It's good to see you looking well yourselves. Hi, Walika. Valve Resolve, and Shizune Daskar to boot. What can I do for you? Or do you for? We're hoping for some good news about the railroad. There's an increasing number of people looking to return to Tural that can't make the journey on foot. I see. As it happens, the Vow of Reason is also on his way here to take stock of the situation. Speak of the... scratch the on his way. I just remembered something. Yeah! It's the boy! Did our little Bun Bun finally outgrow his old clothes? Stop that. You know as well, as you well know, my previous attire was that of a gleaner, and I have chosen a different path. It was time for a change. You're here about the railroad, too? It was in part for my sake that the original Dawn Blazer was sacrificed, so I felt it only right that I assist in its replacement. Speaking of which... I assume Lamati has explained the growing urgency of the need. What have you to report? But yeah, Kmi, does this guy look familiar to you? The new locomotive was on track for completion, but we're having difficulty pulling her into the station, in a manner of speaking. You see, when we used the Dawn Blazer to get into the dome, urgency outweighed all other considerations. But now we're back to our original problem. How to run the railroad without upsetting the inhabitants of, Mewa Hetzone. That is the Roni. Ronak. Though the Hetzaro that follow them are none too pleased about their Hetzo being spooked by the noise of the locomotive either. The solution I've devised to quieten the railroad should address that complaint. But a silent train presents a different danger. The Ronek will need to be deterred from wandering across the tracks. And I suppose we can't just blow the whistle at them, or they'll panic and be put off their grazing again. Weren't the rail routes plotted to avoid the Ronek's preferred grazing areas, though? It's odd that they're getting so close in the first place. The Ronek's grazing patterns have shifted since the tracks were laid. I'm not certain why, but I intend to ask the people of Mewa Hetzone for their insight. As a major proponent of the railroad, I have a duty to assist in this matter, and I too would hear what the Hetzaro have to say about it. They are the ones most affected, after all. I believe it would be best to begin by consulting their leader, Quato. The rest of you can accompany us to the Hetzaro encampment if you like. Yeah! Okay. And we can say hello to a certain... unless they're up here. Nope, the goobers are not here. But we can say hello to a certain 2 other people on our way who may look familiar to you from Shadowbringers, potentially. Here we go. Here they are. Yeah, so Goober, who may look familiar to you, number 1. And Goober number 2. And if you need me to say something to refresh your memory, trolleys. Hey, Flame! You're good. Yeah, okay. Hey, Final Fantasy XIV. Can I get this gear? Because it is the warg gear without the... oh, maybe not entirely without the giant tails. Is there gear from... is there a version of the warg gear that doesn't... or, like, are there pieces from warg that don't have the tails? Oh, hang on. I need to grab my other water bottle. But yeah, I may or may not have done a bunch of farming in, oh, why do I always blank on the name of it? Here, no, not Heroes Gauntlet. Grand Cosmos. I may have done a bunch of farming in Grand Cosmos on my main for, gear for my Beastmaster, glamour. And it turned out really good. I'm really proud of how my Beastmaster, oh my god, I keep calling it Beastmaster, but how my Beastmaster glamour looks. I'm super excited for that. I'm not even like Beastmaster isn't even something that I was particularly looking forward to. Like, I like the limited jobs. I think it's an interesting way of approaching the game. But, like, glamour and dress up is fun. Anyway, let's talk to our friends. Our prior visit to the Hetzaro was also on railroad business. Pray they do not take us for train enthusiasts. To think all of this can be packed up at a moment's notice to follow wherever the Ronek lead. Oh, it's a redeem on Twitch. Through VTube Studio. It's also why I'm pink. It should wrap itself up in a few minutes. But yeah, it's a voice reactive thing, which is why it glitches more when I talk. Yeah, I'm also talking to YouTube chat. I would put it on stream, but unfortunately my setup for that has always been kind of... It doesn't work very well. I need to look closer at it. Yeah, and there we go. That one resolved. The pink should resolve itself soon, too. As committed as the Hetzaro are to tradition, they are amenable to the unfamiliar, or so I am told. Look, blame YouTube for not putting more effort into the streaming side of things. I would love to make my redeems available on YouTube, too, but... not my fault. Blame YouTube. Blame Google. As committed as the Hetzaro are to tradition, they are amenable to the unfamiliar, or so I am told. Yep. Hi, Shapato. That's Kona, the Vow of Reason, is it not? I can scarce believe it. Vow of Resolve, Vow of Reason. I bid you welcome to—
Devastation! This was not my intention!
Thank you for the 6 gifted subs to the community! Hello! What a way to announce your presence. Hi! Blame me says it's okay. No, I don't blame you. I can understand how some of my redeems might look like there's something wrong with the stream. But hi, Ash! What's up? I bid you welcome to our camp. But what brings you all the way to Mewahetzone? Someday I'll be able to say that name right in one go. I thank you for seeing us. Our visit concerns the matter of the Shoktaral Railroad. Things are going good. You too have noticed you too have noted the Ronik's unexpected change in behavior then. My son, Shapato, has been looking into this matter. Shapato? Shapato? However it's pronounced. Normally, we'd expect the Ronek to keep to their favored grounds nearby for a while yet. And despite a thorough search, we haven't found anything wrong with the quantity or quality of the grazing in Yonan and Yatane. Oh my god. Yotanane? Yet they refuse to keep to where they usually would, instead pushing westward toward your railroad. I certainly see no cause for this unseasonal migration. Nevertheless, should they continue to move west, we will follow. As any true Hetzara would, I suppose. Sent. My parents traveled with the Ronek as well, though I myself have no memory of the experience. I wouldn't have a problem with it if they were better about saying these names in voiced cutscenes. See, also, like, it's not even, like, a Toral issue, because, see, also, the Idleshire-Idleshire debate. That is not a debate, it is pronounced Idleshire, because that's how it's said in cutscenes. But they didn't tell us that until Endwalker. It probably would have helped a lot, too, if they had given Shock Toral a lot more love, so we could, hear the names more. Because, like, I don't have a problem with the names in, Yogg-Toral. Kozamauka, Urkel Pacha, Yaktel, Ikbrash, Mamuk, Warlord's Echo. I just can't remember off the top of my head the name of the other locations, but, like, I can pronounce them a lot better because we spend more time there and they talk about them more. As you may have surmised, I am- memory of the experience. Okay. I was left behind as a babe, you see, during such a migration. One of many sacrifices necessitated by a nomadic lifestyle, I am forced to assume. A chance encounter with a kind Pelu merchant was the only reason I survived. Ash, thank you for gifting a sub to Flame. We're at level 3 hype train, guys. Taking pity on me, he taught me his trade that I might fend for myself. I became a stall keeper in Tuliolo's markets, and that is where the Dawn servant. I had already been in the palace some time when Lamati came to join us. Like me, she had been cast aside by her parents. I knew the pain of solitude and wanted to spare her that suffering. As this tiny child's new brother, I swore I would always be there for her. Okay, but we know she wasn't cast aside. Truly? I have never heard of the Ronek choosing a path so arduous as to force such a terrible decision, nor of any Hetzara willingly leaving their own flesh and blood behind. There must have been some exceptional circumstance. I cannot say. The idea of following in their footsteps, that I might better make excuses for their actions, never much appealed to me. But if they had a good reason, wouldn't you want to know? Uklomat's father gave her up to protect her. As is so often the case, you are correct. Though my discomfort with the Hetzaro may arise... Ash! Thank you for gifting a sub to Cyrus Noct! Oh! Oh! What was that?
Such devastation!
Oh, you're just going down a list now.
This was not my intention.
Oh! What? Ash! Wait, are you doing it one at a time now just to get the bigger plushies?
My intention.
Or something? Or... No, but it's bigger plushies no matter what. You're just teasing me at this point. Also, thank you for the gifted subs to Spencer 4677 and Keep the Faith TV.
Devastation!
Wait! What? Ash!
Not my intention.
Thank you for the 6 gifted subs to the community. Oh, I see. 400 total now. Disgusting. Thank you. I appreciate you, but... though my discomfort with the Hetsaru may arise from fear of reopening old wounds rather than blind fervor for innovation, it would nevertheless see me repeat past mistakes. And to refuse to learn one of our country's treasured traditions would make me a poor dawn servant indeed. Please, teach me of the Ronak and what they mean to you. I promise to listen with an open mind. We would be delighted. Ooh, we've got. Oh no, ads are happening right now. No. Okay, I'm gonna step away for a few minutes. Haha. I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad break. Okay, we're back. All right. We would be delighted. In the meantime, your companions are welcome to look around. I was so close to finishing this cutscene too. Oh no. Before the ad break started, I mean. Will you learn of the Hetzaro culture with me? I should like to approach this with the fervent curiosity that you and my sister share, but it would be useful to know whether I am, doing it correctly. Then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Ronek, or then it's settled. You'll learn more of the Ronek, and we'll learn or have a look around the plains, and perhaps in the process we'll find the answers we seek. Yeah. My knowledge of the culture I was born into is from written accounts alone, and few of them at that. It will be a joy to share our traditions with the new Dawn servants, as we once did with Galul Jaja. I wonder if there was a version of Dawn Trail that existed before the current version. I mean, that's a silly little emote. It's not bad. But I wonder if there was a longer version of Dawn Trail before the version that we have now that would have gone into Shock Taral more, and if this part of MSQ wasn't meant to be in the base expansion. Just cause, like, as much as it makes sense that we'd be like, hey, we should talk about the railroad and helping Alexandrians get back to Taral, there is also another part of this that makes it feel like it is part of a different patch from the rest of what they, like, there's a lack of cohesion to 7.1 that I feel like you don't see normally in patches for 14. But at least this is an instance where it's something I suspect was supposed to be in the game that got cut originally and actually made it into the game somehow, unlike a lot of my issues with Endwalker. The quickest way to learn about our life, or our way of life, is to do as we do. I hope you're not above manual labor. I am not the most experienced, I'm ashamed to admit, but I shall put forth every effort. That's all we ask. Take these tools. And thank you. Now, introduce yourself to anyone who looks busy and ask if you can help. They'll be happy to teach you what to do in exchange for another pair of hands to do it. Let us meet back here later to share what we've learned. It doesn't help that a lot of the role quests involve people from tribes to the north, which is an area that got really underexplored in MSQ. And so there's this, like, lack of connection with that, which does not help my issues with the role quests in this expansion. You're here to help? Well then, why don't you why don't I show you how to care for a Ronek's coat? Go ahead and run your fingers through it. Gently now. As you stroke the Ronek's coat, you note that many portions are shaggy and tangled. This one's fur is a bit overgrown, but a good brushing should thin it out. Would you like to give it a try? You'll need the right tool for the job, mind you. A comb of the type you're used to would just get lost in the tangle, like as not. A sturdy brush suitable for grooming even the fluffiest of Ronek. I have this. Ah, Shapato sent a Ronek brush with you, did he? How like him. Now, just run it through one little patch at a time. Gently. Gently. You dutifully brush the Ronek until your arms grow weary from the prolonged battle with its coat. It appears much tidier now, though the same cannot be said for your clothes, which have acquired a new coat of their own. It's fine, I'm used to it. I live with 2 cats. Well done. With less excess fur, our friend here will be more comfortable in the afternoon heat and less susceptible to illness. A combed coat also makes it easier for us to identify injuries should the need arise. After admiring your work, you try and fail to brush the fur off of yourself. The Ronek greens. Oh, Me7, thank you so much for the follow. Hello. Welcome to the Twitch side. You should come back during shedding season. It's a sight to behold. But thanks to the Hetzo's prodigious coats, we never want for clothing and blankets. Also, I realize, saying I live with 2 cats, in-game, the implication there is Y'shtola and Raha. I was talking about Luca and Saya. I'm afraid I've finished with my tasks for the time being. But since you're so eager to learn about our way of life, why don't I tell you a bit about our migration customs? If you're here, you likely already know that the Ronek are our Hetzo, our guides, that we travel with through the turning of the seasons. We trust them to lead us to fertile lands with all we need to survive. But you may not know that sometimes the herd splits into 2, bound for different paths. On those occasions, we Hetzaro must also part with half of our number. You may think it a strange and stressful custom, but over the years it has seen us visit new lands and broaden our horizons as a people. This too is the wisdom of the Hetzo. If those splitting paths ever reconverge. This won't do. The wind will go right through it. And me without my needle and sinew. Needle and sinew, you say? A box containing bone needles, sinew scraps, or of hide, and other helpful mending accoutrements. Oh, these are precisely what I needed. I should be able to patch up the covering now. Given how often we pack up and reassemble our tents, they're bound to get the occasional tear. Fortunately, the Ronek hide they're made of is durable enough that we generally needn't worry. Ronek hide's sturdiness makes it an excellent material for clothing and shoes as well. Of all the many gifts our Hetzo bestow, it's the most versatile. I don't know how we'd get along without it. You're learning about the Hetzaro, or way of life, are you? I may have a thing or two to share, but rather than talking your ear off, let me test your powers of dedication or of deduction. I find answers much easier to recall later if I arrived at them myself. Our Hetzaro provide us with something that we use in medicines, poultices, and soap to drive away pests and to sustain our fires. What is it? Poop? Bones? Hoofs? Are hoofs bones? Is it dung? Again? Meat and organ meat? I really want to say this one. Bones? Hooves? Are hooves bones? No, I'm gonna do the dung one because, like, I know that's the actual answer. And also, it's funny because every expansion has at least one poop quest. It sounds like there's a story there, but that is indeed there's multiple stories, but that is indeed the correct answer. The Ronek chips over the time, each a boon to our way of life. Where there is a need, our Hetzo always provide. I know city folk are squeamish about dung, but you can't deny generations of results. I won't ask that you march across the plains and fill a sack with it, Only that you keep an open mind about our customs. Don't worry, multiple other people have asked me to travel across the plains and fill sacks with shit. It's fine. At this point, it's, oh boy, I can't wait to find out what this expansion's poop quest is. It will be a joy to share our traditions with the new Dawn servants as we... Oh, you're still saying the same thing you did before. I don't know what you're talking about, Ash. It's just very, very moist, stinky soil. You smell of the grass and the wind, which is a good thing, I promise. You could nearly be mistaken for one of us. And with the horns of a Ronek to boot. Oh, they acknowledge my horns! That's the first time I've been acknowledged as an Ara this expansion. I have to wonder how Valkona is getting on. I assumed he would be reluctant to get his hands dirty, but it seems his wish is to understand us was his wish to understand us was sincere. I love playing an Ara. I really hope we're going to Blind Frost next expansion, because that has a bunch of Ara lore, and I want more Ara dialogue. Ah, there he is now. Kona made a friend. And he looks happy about it. Apologies for my tardiness. I was tasked with grazing the Ronek and ended up rather far afield. I found myself wandering hither and thither at my companion's inclination. To force us back to the trail seemed inappropriate. But how is your own work? Have you anything to share? Hetzaro life revolves around the Ronek, but in turn, the people receive all they need. The Ronek are treasured members of this community, as important as family. I'm gonna go with this one. Yes, I feel the truth of this myself. While I was hesitant to leave my fate to the whims of the Hetzo rather than tread man-made paths, I arrived where I was meant to be be all the same. Mine is not the only way, though at times I lack the experience to know otherwise. My inability to conceive of how a decision might be right does not mean that it is wrong. My parents had a duty to the Ronek, as they did to me, and so I wonder if their leaving me behind was not so selfish an act as I once believed. I have no way to know, of course, and regardless, this has no bearing on our present concerns. We are here in service of the people of Taral, after all. Nevertheless, I thank you for helping me find deeper meaning in what we've done today. And I will endeavor to remain curious, especially where the Hetzo are concerned. I'm glad to hear that, Valkona. You're welcome among you're welcome among our herd anytime. Kona appears loath to part from his Ronek companion. Ah, he's getting in touch with his roots. Look at him. Also, I just noticed the eyeballs on the Ronek. I didn't realize they had the same kind of eyeballs as goats. Kona, how did it go? I believe I finally understand the significance of the Hetso. They nourish the Hetzaro as they grow and provide warmth and companionship in a harsh and unpredictable world. They are the equal of any man, not beasts to be tamed. Moreover, Ronek are sensitive. Though we may treat their injuries or brush their coats to keep them hale, they must ever be free to follow their instincts and seek lands where they might thrive. The Hetzaro would never cage them, and neither should we. To control their migratory patterns or capture those who wander too close to the tracks is out of the question. Then it is particularly important to advance our original line of inquiry. Fortunately, we were able to visit the Ronek's once favored grazing grounds. As we were told, the grass looks fine, but the place is too quiet. It's not just the Ronek. Even the birds and field mice have fled. We did encounter one pack of Ceratoraptors, but they looked to be passing through in a hurry. Typically, that sort of behavior in the fauna would be associated with natural disasters. Earthquakes, landslides, and the like. Though the Hetzaro would have surely put 2 and 2 together were the cause geological, I measured the area's ether to be certain. There was indeed nothing to suggest recent environmental disruption, but I did notice one anomaly. A strong etheric signature to the east, moving across the plain, albeit slowly. A large animal, perhaps? Sounds like wildlife's reaction to a predator. And a powerful one, like as not. A predator, given the local fauna's behavior. Exactly. One of the raptors we saw looked like it had a bite taken out of its tail by something with very large fangs. It couldn't be. A Turuhetso? Turuhetso? Ronek Reaver, in the common tongue. Our people have several names for such creatures. Fangs that steal Hetso in the night is another evocative one. Ronek can fend off many predators with their horns, but not the Turuhetso. Their scales are tough as adamant, and neither horn nor arrow can pierce them. A well-toothed carnivore with an unusually tough hide. I cannot recall any such fauna in this region. They usually roam the wilds in the northeast, and most herds keep well clear of them. I can't tell you why this one is so far from home and its pack both. In any case, I believe the source of the Ronek's consternation is clear, as is our next move. We must drive this Reaver away, that they might return to their grazing lands in peace. Never fear. We will make certain that the beast threatens you no more. Kona, you big softie! A powerful creature behaving unusually. Left to its devices, it may well become a Terrell Vidral. We must attend to it ere that happens. Those Ronek Reavers must have a hefty set of teeth, but I'm not worried. We've fought worse. I mean, we haven't seen one yet, so we can't really determine that. The Ronek Reaver is a clear threat to the local population. We cannot allow it to roam unchecked. But it won't do for us to go running off in search of it without having made proper preparations. And if others returning from across the plain have spotted it, they may be able to inform us of its recent behavior and where it might be found. is one of those. Proceed.
Help! Help!
Oh.
Hetsu is coming this way! It has beasts across the plains in a panic, and our Ronek are practically paralyzed with fear. We must get them to safety.
We can assist by helping to calm the creatures. Once they're less agitated, it should be possible to hurt them.
Right.
After they're out of harm's way, we'll deal with the Ronek Reaver.
Yeah.
I suggest you remain here to attend to the Ronek when they arrive.
They'll be safe with me. Please, be careful out there.
Make haste! We must protect the Ronek!
Don't worry, we're right behind you.
All right, let's go. Where are they? Ah, I see one. I see, oh, I see 4. 5? 5.
There they are!
They're terrified. We must do what we can to soothe them.
No, they're there, buddy. It's okay. Yeah. Go get to safety. We get to help Aaronville with one? Yeah. Alright guys, go, go, go!
That herd should be alright. Let's look for stragglers. The Ronek are to rally too. None shall be left behind.
Yeah. There we go. Go, go, go! I don't want to get trampled.
There must be something up ahead. Come!
Oh no, not the babies! Save them!
No match for the likes of us.
In a panic was clearly an understatement. More are coming!
Oh. Why are you gathered?
You're mine.
Oh, there's another one. Hello.
nothing then.
Ah, I see. Kona's gonna do a cool thing. Why doesn't Machinist get that?
It seems that did the trick.
Yeah, go to safety, guys.
For the fodder, at least. But where's...
Oh, there it is.
Look there! We've got a big one coming!
Impenetrable scales and wicked fangs. That's a Ronak Reaver, and no mistake.
No, save the baby! Save the baby!
There! That one there! Not so fast!
What exactly were you expecting to do, Kona? You are soft and squishy. Hang on, let me shield this fantasy buffalo with my gun. How'd that work out for you?
Should it cost me my life? I will save the head soul!
By being a distraction while my sister does all the work, right?
Kona! Are you alright?
Do not concern yourself with me. Get the Ronek to safety!
There. You've nothing to fear.
Right! Let's finish the job!
Yeah, let's go.
I made a vow to our people. You shall plague them no longer! You'll find the vow of reason is not without resolve.
You, Kona! And for the record, the vow of resolve is not without reason.
Damn it! Not even a scratch!
Buy me some time to think, will you? It must have a weakness, and I will find it. Keep it busy.
I'm
need
trying!
time.
Oh, so that's a cute way of using... You know what? That might actually have some implications in terms of like
Over the legs.
what your character is doing with some of the animations or machinist skills. Now that I think about it, but it's cute how they're like making use of that, or to like imply that it's about like analyzing the enemy.
Now we just have to keep it pinned.
I forgot that wasn't its main HP bar.
A protective current of ether. But whence does it flow?
That's super cool. Kona and Wuklamot really do make such a good team, even in combat.
I've got it!
She tanks, he analyzes, and finds the weakness. Woo!
One well-placed piercing round to the chest, and... you're done for!
Yeah!
That stemmed the flow of protective ether.
There's nothing stopping us now. Still not backing down, huh? Fine with me.
We must disperse that ether ere the Reaver recovers it!
Mine? Mine. Mine.
This is going to
Mine.
hurt.
No, it's not. It's fine. We got it. This is just like the fight at what's it? The dungeon in Urfapacha. Complete with the buffs. For little old me. We win!
We did it.
Yeah, we did.
The Etzo, are they?
The Ronek have all made it to Mehua Hetsuan. Hunters are scouring the area for any remaining threats. But the local fauna appear to have calmed down.
You're welcome.
We cannot thank you enough for your timely aid. You, most of all, Vow of Reason. We feared you would be loath to take direct action, yet you didn't hesitate to put your life on the line for our Hetzo.
Yeah.
I did no more than as a Dawn servant's duty.
Oh, he's being bashful.
The ethereal conductivity of those scales is astounding. I dare say we could repurpose them to create a device that emits controlled pulses of ether.
Ether resembling that of the predator the Ronek fear most. It might work. If we struck the right balance, we would have the means to deter the Ronek from approaching the railroad without causing them undue distress.
Incredible! Kona, you've done it again.
I must say, I was hoping I'd never have to see one of these again. Still haven't forgotten the last one. And it's been more than 20 years now. I had come as a trader to the camp in Lozeniheta. A camp that was obliterated in an instant by that monster.
Lozeniheta. That's where the Pelu Pelu trader found me as a babe. Please, can you tell me what you saw?
As I said, I had traveled there to trade with our fellow Hetzaro. Like us, they followed the Ronek. And like us, they were visited by a reaver. The fiend struck like a whirlwind in the night. It was chaos. I grabbed some token belongings and bolted in a panic, thinking only of getting as far away as possible. But even in my panicked state, I could not help but notice the young couple racing the other way, toward the fell creature. "We're distracted," I heard one cry. "Save our son! Save the Hetzo!" After that, nothing but the pounding of my heart and feet and Ronek thunder. I ran and ran. And as the sun broke the horizon, I found myself separated from both man and beast. Windborne words say that a group of survivors reunited with their remaining Ronek and have long since moved on. But still more were never seen again, including the brave couple. Or so the story goes.
And what became of their child?
I think
I'm afraid I don't know. But if he wasn't with the survivors, even if he lived through that night, the wilderness wouldn't have been kind to a little one out on his lonesome.
Maybe not. But perhaps a passing Pelu Pelu would. And one day, even a Dawn servant himself. All these years, I was convinced that my parents had left me behind to follow after the Ronek. But now I see, they didn't abandon me. They were trying to keep me safe. I've wasted so much time resenting them, when in truth, they gave me everything I have today. It is thanks to them that I live to know the warmth of family, even after they were gone. And now that I am Dawn's servant, all of Tuliyola is my family. A family I will always protect, as my parents protected me.
Ah, Kona. If Valkona counts us among his family, then he is part of ours. You made felling that true Hetzo look easy. On behalf of the Hetzo, I thank you. We certainly got more than we bargained for when we set out to solve our railroad conundrum. I can't imagine how Kona must be feeling right now. That Reaver, you don't suppose it was the same one that... Maybe. To know that the Hetzo are safe is more than enough. Yet, would it be wrong to hope that, in protecting them, we also avenged my parents? It is the least I owe to them, after all this time. Shizune, I thank you for standing by me, as Dawn Servant, and as the often perfect man beneath that mantle. Now, let us return our attentions to the matter we came here to address, shall we? We have removed the root cause of the Ronek, straying from their favored grazing, and obtained the tools to devise an additional precautionary measure. A silent whistle, as it were. This whistle must be capable of emitting pulses of ether strong enough that they will shy away from the tracks on instinct, yet not so strong as to drive them into a panic. If we can achieve this, it will be a far sight better than a traditional whistle, more effective and less stressful for the creatures themselves. Yeah. Let us return to Shaloni's, or to Shaloni Station and begin work on it then. Walika and his crew will doubtless be relieved to finally have a solution. I am pleased to have seen with my own eyes the wisdom and courage our new Dawn servants will use to lead this nation. I wish them all the best. Now that the Hetzo have taken to you, you'll have to come and see us again. Ah. Now the question is, do they see me as like one of the Hetzaro? Or do they see me as like a human Hetzo because of my horns? Am I gonna have new and exciting microaggressions to worry about? As an Aura? Where are they? Ah, there we go. This train will be ready in no time. I always carry a spare pair of spectacles or two, as it can be difficult to find replacements outside of the city. You wouldn't believe how many I went through during the Rite of Succession. That's hilarious, and I wish that had been in base MSQ. A small misshapen headsail? Ow! A variety of artisans from across Thrall have come to assist with the railroad, so I foresee no difficulty in creating the whistle that Kona proposed. You look pleased about something. Good news for the railroad, I take it. Yeah-huh? So the Ronek were avoiding a predator. Smart ones they are. And Valkona's not too bad himself, what with his whistle idea. Sit tight. We'll have this train on the tracks before you know it. Sit tight? Yes, let's sit tight. No stand? Ugh!
We're ready to go.
Ash! Alright, give me 1 second. Alright, we're standing. Worth. Shizune will remember this. Anyway.
Whoa! She looks as good as new!
If I had time to do a proper job, could have really made her shine. Had to cobble together the exterior with spare parts. We refurbished the interior, though. Not that you can appreciate it from out here.
I mean, if you let us ride the train, we could.
As far as the Ronek are concerned, we've spared no effort.
Give us train mount.
From the ballast to the ties, we've adjusted every bit of the track so she'll run quiet as a field mouse.
You and your crew have worked wonders. Our nation is in your debt.
Come now. If anything, credit's due to Tuliolal. It's thanks to the folk you recruited from every corner of the continent that we were able to get her up and running so quickly. Besides, the ethereal whistle's the true marvel, and we wouldn't have that without the scales you brought us. However grateful you are, know that we're even more thankful.
Right. If we're done talking, let's put this train through our paces.
Yeah! Hold on, how come they get to ride the train but I don't? What the fuck? No, baby, move!
There's a Ronek up ahead.
Now, to test our whistle.
On it. Just point it in the general direction and...
Whistle's on the train, not like stationed around the track. God, that probably makes more sense. Can we suplex this one? No!
It's moving away.
If we suplex it, it'll get damaged and we can't use it as a mount anymore.
Meanwhile, our friends over there appear wholly unperturbed.
With this, we can alert those who wander too close without disturbing the rest of the herd.
A roaring success! In a quiet way, like. Then with your permission, Vow of Reason, the Shaktaral Railroad is back in service.
Yay! Now they just need to, like, do some construction in Vanguard to lay tracks through it, fix the tracks in Yasulani, spruce up Yasulani Station. Now anyone will be able to come and go from the dome as they please. I can't wait to spread the word in Alexandria. I expect that with the Reaver gone, the Ronek will gradually return to their old habits, and we won't see so many approaching the tracks. It is good to see that the whistle will be effective in the meantime, however. And if it's effective with the Ronek, it'll be effective with other creatures too. Hopefully. With that, I believe our work here is done. The fine people of Shaktaral Railing can take it from here. The folks that Valkona brought in to help with rebuild the railroad have already returned home, but I hope we can give them a ride someday. For a while there, we were real worried that we'd never get the railroad running again. But now that the test drive it was such a success, we can breathe easy and start hauling people to and from the dome. First Shaloni, and then the continent. Watch out, Shaktaral! Here we come! I share the sentiment, but we've got a mountain of work ahead of us to ensure smooth operation. Time to get back to it. The efforts of all here today have not gone unnoticed. Once more, I thank you. As for our work, or for our own work, I trust you can handle matters in Alexandria, Lamati? Yeah! That being said, we're about to get an ad break, so I'm actually gonna wait until after the ads to continue MSQ. Especially since if I recall, things kind of take a tonal turn. So yeah, I'll see you guys on the other side of the ad break. And in the meantime, everybody go get some stretchies in, get food, refill water, whatever you need to do, and I'll see you guys in a few minutes. Alright, I'm back. Had to get some food. Anyway, let us continue. Did I already talk to Erinville? It won't be as I once envisioned. But perhaps someday we can take that train journey to Yasu. Hang on. Got a little bit of French fry in my throat. It won't be as I once envisioned. But perhaps someday we can take that train journey to Yasulani together. I wasn't dying. A French fry was trying to kill me. Never one to... Oh, this is the last quest of the... Oops. Okay. Never one to stand still. Wook Lamont is ready to race back to Alexandria. Well, it's possible that Shale's made some headway by now. And regardless, we should spread word that the railroad's been restored to service. Shale? Shale? What do you have her working on? No. It was trying to kill me. I wasn't dying. I lived. I beat it. Galulja's mother. I'd feel the same in his shoes. Have felt the same. But questions are painful to leave unanswered. There's no cause to look at me like that. The Kafkiwa we met may have only been a simulation, but her memory was real. Ah! I needn't search for that, or for what she left behind, because she left it with me, and I will carry it always. I'm surprised I haven't made that keychain merch for in the Square Enix shop yet. Speaking of things you're carrying, is that a teeny tiny Kafkiwa? What? No! It is merely a token from Alexandria. Our friends in Oblivion would not take no for an answer, and I thought it as good a souvenir as any. Whatever you say. For what it's worth, I think it's a nice way to bring her with you on your travels. Me too! Yes. Well, you're off to the dome now, aren't you? I thought I might join you for a time. See if there is aught I can do for the people there. Much changed though it is, I still consider it my home. Of course! We can give you the full story on the way. How come we can't take the train? When we're literally going to Alexandria. We can call it a test run. One trip back to Alexandria. Oh, hey, look at that. It's been 20 minutes. That'd be too easy. Yeah, I know I can sit. I realized, Ash, I am such a dumbass. My activity feed in OBS tells me how long it's been since things have happened on Twitch, which means I know that it's been 21 minutes. I don't know why it took me so long to realize that, or like for that to occur to me, but yeah. Anyway, back to the back rooms we go now. Seeing Erenville never fails to remind me of Kafkiwa, and I wouldn't have it any other way. The dead should be remembered. This I firmly believe. Galulja's mother deserves that too. You must be exhausted. Shall I nip out for an energy tonic? I wasn't being mean to you, Ash. I was bullying myself for being unobservant about things available to me in OBS. But yeah, you have a good sleep. Give Mona boops, and I will see you later. If you want to be involved in the Alliance raid, make sure to show up on time on Tuesday, because I'm unlocking the Alliance raid on Tuesday, gathering whoever wants to join in, and then we're queuing in. Since I can't do it mine, so we're just gonna have to use normal-ass Duty Finder. You must be exhausted. Will I nip out for an energy tonic? Yeah, sure! So Zeralja was conducting secret research in Ueyawata. I have some memories of the place from my childhood. I'm sure it doesn't look the way you remember it. Ooh, I'll have to check that out. Glad you're back. We wouldn't want to keep Galulja here waiting any longer than necessary. Erenville is wearing his Kafkiwa. That makes me happy. Yeah. Looks like we arrived at a good time. A simple yet elegant solution, and thus is the railroad back in operation. Meanwhile, Shale has nearly finished processing the data. She will be able to share her findings with us imminently. I'm interrupting something, I gather. Hi, Y'shtola. Why, Y'shtola, what brings you here? I've seen enough of the gate in the Skydeep cenote for now, so I'm shifting my investigation to living memory. While there, I thought I would do well to have the company of an expert on Electro. I'd like to take a closer look at the place myself. I can join you once we've finished here. I so think that they had some kind of flirtation going on. Lest you fear I've forgotten, once I've made headway with living memory, the key in your keeping shall be the next subject of my scrutiny. I wouldn't have expected any less.
There was a mountain of data to sift through, much of it tantalizing, I admit. But it will take time to fully decrypt everything that piques my interest, so to answer our immediate question, I've been concentrating my efforts on the audio saved by Teishulja herself. While I've not listened to it yet, I have a selection ready for playback. Would you like to hear it now?
Yes, please.
All right. Several audio files will now play in sequence.
Please make sure that you're not in Beauty Finder before commencing. Or however that goes.
My name is Teishalja, and I decided to record this to help me put my thoughts in order, I suppose.
Mother?
Officially I was a chirurgeon with the Lance Guard. I was part of a contingent dispatch to Yasulani to hunt a Tural Vidral that was wreaking havoc. After our mission was complete, I elected to remain. It was the perfect opportunity to document the geographic distribution of medicinal herbs in this region. Or so I said when requesting special dispensation. In truth, I could not bear to return to Turyolal. I had hoped to aid Commander Zoralja in the right of succession, but he did not so much as look my way. I was never in contention, of course, one of the nameless many in his army. To go back and face that reality was too much for me, so I ran. And in my cowardice, I stumbled upon this path. A path that changed my life. When the dome appeared, I found myself trapped within, and reunited with my commander. How am I to speak of Commander Zoralja? I admired him. His incontestable strength, his unwavering focus. He was a man of great passions. I watched him, captivated by his intensity. From afar, I would not dare approach. And in watching, I came to know him. His eyes too sought the distance, but not as mine did. He yearned not for another, but something else, beyond the horizon. That gaze would never fall upon me. I knew. The experiment will soon proceed to its next phase. And when it does, as he promised, I will have my heart's desire.
His body.
Today. It should have been today. A new beginning. What I have dreamed of for so long. I hold a future in my arms. If you could see him, embrace him, surely that would be enough. So full of hope I was. A foolish hope.
Its scales are blue.
He's your son.
My... No, I can't. I don't know how. How could I? How? To raise a child, be a father. I don't. I can't. No! No! Get it away from me. Get that thing away from me!
It's all right, little one. Papa was just surprised. That's all. He'll come around. We'll be a happy family. Kaniloka's shouting for me. The research hasn't been going well. But I can't let him take it out on my baby. Hush now, little one. I know just where to hide you.
That's all of them.
He was abandoned, the poor dear. We found him in the drift downs a few years ago.
We know some manner of accident happened at the facility after this was recorded. Perhaps your mother couldn't come back for you.
Hey, Gololcha.
I'm fine, Lamachi. Father and Mother, they were both so lonely. If we could have been together, maybe they wouldn't have been. But sometimes things don't work out, no matter how hard you try. I can't tell if I'm happier now. But it's better to know, I think. Thank you, everyone.
Hug the baby! Yeah! It's interesting how, in the case of Vuklamont, Kona, and Galulja, they were given up or separated from their parents who were trying to protect them and give them a better life. Vuklamont, her father put her in the care of the Dawn Servant so that agents from Amuk wouldn't keep coming after her life. Kona's parents died protecting him. Galulja's mother hid him away to protect him and then died before she could come back for him. Kryle's parents, too, sent her to the source because they were trying to protect her and give her a better life. It's better to know. A profound response for one so young. Oh, I should have talked to everybody. Shit! Though I wish he didn't have to be. Galulja is indeed wise beyond his years. Yet one never outgrows the need for dependable companions. It is fortunate that he has you. Thank you, Shale. Because of you, I got to hear my mother's whole story. You heard it because you were brave enough to listen, Galulja. If you remember one thing. Now then, having shared what I can at present, I am ready to head to living memory when you are. I am planning to be thorough, so we will need to stop for supplies on the way. That said, I promise we won't remain over long. I know we all have much and more to attend to. For now, Farewell. Okay, at least now I can talk to everyone. One wouldn't know it to look at them, but Shale and Y'shtola are birds of a feather. An incorrigibly restless feather. Yeah, I missed out on dialogue. Whoops. I'll stick around for a while, Let me know if you need me. Is Shale going to be alright out there? The whole time she was working on the data, I never saw her take a break. I wonder if Shale is Y'shtola's reflection. Or like a reflection, like she and Y'shtola are part of the same soul, I should say. With the railroad ready, I'd like to take get some idea of how many returnees we can expect before heading back to Tuliolo. The twins have yet to return. I hope everything is alright. A word before you leave. Our network's already spreading word of the railroad. We expected people would be clamoring to get on the first train back. Yet the reaction's been the polar opposite. Scant few seem inclined to depart Alexandria anytime soon. What? When we spoke before, you said many from Tuliolo were eager to reunite with friends and family. Maybe they're concerned about getting through Vanguard? If so, we could take turns accompanying them. Who's this we, Wuklamot? In any case, we need to speak with the people ourselves. Let's start at Lanode 9. I'm as surprised as you are. Everyone was keen to pack their bags before, but now the journey's possible, they can't be bothered. Perhaps we will venture out for a bit ourselves. Now that the railroad's working again, it'll be much easier to visit Tuliolo. It would be nice to see Kona again as well. I've asked Rio to fill me in on all that has happened in the Dome of late. If I hear anything of interest, I'll be sure to pass it on. The people were so nervous about remaining in Alexandria. I cannot help but wonder what prompted this sudden change of heart. Time to find out. There may still be people gathering in Praxis Park. Let's try there first.
People look uneasy. Did something happen?
Have you heard? Someone was killed in the Thunder Yards.
The Thunder Yards was one of the hunters slain by a beast.
It was a hunter, all right, and a veteran at that. But it was no fiend that did him in. Only a random bolt of lightning.
Such a senseless way to die. They say that he expended his last soul cells during Zoraljar's attack on the city.
For an upright, hard-working man to meet such an unceremonious end, it feels wrong.
But we'll be fine, won't we? Even if the system no longer erases our memory of the departed, the regulators continue to function. I shan't go before my time. Growing old and passing peacefully with the help of the ushers is only natural.
Well, you may think so, but how are we to know? We have no memory of those who have gone. More may have met violent deaths than passed from old age, and we would be blissfully unaware. It could happen to you, or me, to any of us.
Then what are we to do? Spend every waking moment thinking only of how we might die?
With time, I had hoped that they'd be able to adjust to their new situation. But it's only gotten worse.
Look! It's Queen Sphene!
Huh? You're not supposed to be here.
What?
Help, Queen Sphene! The grown-ups are really upset, and I don't know what to do.
I see that you are as kind-hearted as ever, Nico. Never fear. I'm here to set things aright.
I don't understand. Sphene is gone. Forever. You there, Gusson. You were the Queen's aide, weren't you? What's the meaning of this?
Begging your pardon, Vow of Resolve. But Her Majesty Queen Sphene is paying visit to her people, as is her wont.
What are you talking about? Sphene is dead. You officiated the funeral yourself. We all placed flowers to mourn her passing.
A funeral? For Her Majesty? What a curious jest. You know full well that ceremony was to commemorate those lives lost during the attack of Alexandria.
Uh-oh.
Her Majesty walks among her people that she might support them in this most trying of times. Surely that is not cause for consternation.
That can't be good.
Your Majesty, won't you free us from these terrible memories of the departed? This is no way to live. Not for us, nor our children.
I wish that I could. Truly I do. But with living memories shut down, even I cannot restore the system that once afforded us that comfort. You needn't fret, however. I have prepared an alternate solution.
All of us shall be made endless.
Uh-oh!
I have created a new system that allows you to transplant your memories directly into an ethereal vessel. One not reliant upon soul cells. This way, you need never again fear death. You may live as you please, and for as long as you like. Our stores of ether are, at present, not sufficient to provide this boon to everyone. But some of you received neo-regulators for the funeral ceremony, did you not? And there are still more we have yet to distribute. 5,000 in all. One day soon, those with neo-regulators will be called to join the Endless, and thence be free of suffering forevermore.
Are you planning a mass extinction event?
5,000 of us?
You Victral! The real Sphene would never be content to save only some of her people. Who are you?
I am Sphene, the Queen of Reason.
Oh! Brooklyn, I think we should get out of here.
Let's return to the back room. I need to calm down, and then we'll talk.
Yeah. There's naught to report yet, but we have all eyes and ears out in Everkeep at Heritage Found. Sphene was erased. If she's back, then are the Endless? Seriously, what was that? Queen Sphene has returned? How? You saw Sphene with your own eyes then? So it wasn't someone else? Nope. Without the Mesoterminal, how does she propose to create new Endless? We must contact Y'shtola as soon as possible. We've heard about the Queen of Reason's proclamation. The rumors spread through the district like wildfire. We only caught the proclamation from a distance, but I can tell you that the message about the Neo-Regulators was received with utmost clarity. It couldn't have been Sphene. She should have been destroyed when the Mesoterminal shut down. Without a single Alexandrian to bear witness, presented with an identical figure claiming to be their beloved queen, it's no surprise that they would choose to believe she's alive. What is troubling, however, is their denial that the funeral was held in her honor. It is as if their memories have been erased. Sounds like they were more than just erased. Sounds like they were modified. Which is horrifying. Given that the members of Oblivion remain unaffected, that was likely the work of the Regulators. But by whose design? Someone smart enough to play at being the Queen of Reason. In that guise, even if some upset deception or suspect deception, most of Alexandria will be on her side. We need to find out who she really is. Well, I agree wholeheartedly. We should avoid drawing more attention than we already have. We must be patient until Oblivion's network turns up a lead, or until our self-proclaimed queen makes her next move. Yep. Meanwhile, in living memory.
Where am I?
My people. Are they safe? Why am I...
Yeah! And that is 7.1 MSQ done. Shale said she left this machine running to process more of the data from the field station. Is it done yet? I don't know. Though we have too little information to draw any useful conclusions as yet, I dare say the Queen of Reason's behavior henceforth will be illuminating. And next week, we meet a favorite character of mine. Oh, he's mourning Kafkiwa. Oh, buddy. He went from tired to really sad. Neo-regulators. I heard the idea came from the citizenry, but something doesn't sit right. We'll look into this. Hey, oh, you're still talking about Yordina. Okay. Alright! Then, that is the conclusion of MSQ. Excellent, excellent. Now, let me... Oh, and Aaronville is out here. Hi! I have reached out to a few of my childhood acquaintances, but as we suspected, only those without regulators have any recollection of mourning Queen Sveen. Already started not... Oh yeah, I guess that is kind of a thing already, huh? I'm surprised the discrepancies caused by the people who do and don't wear regulators hasn't caused more of a problem. Kind of want to see if there's anything unique going on. Because I know at some point there's like an NPC who's where they are because of MSQ, and so their dialogue reflects that by the Arcadian. But things look pretty normal over here. We'll continue with Arcadian next week. Yeah, there's nothing interesting over here. What about near the government building? That's probably where anything interesting would most likely be, right? Let's see here. I spoke with my fiance and she wanted me to find a job that gives me plenty of time to spend with her. Well, I just submitted my application. Not much I can do now, but wait and see what the future has in store for us. Under normal circumstances, this facility deals with work-related inquiries, but after recent events, our purview has broadened. So, oh, you're still saying the same thing you did after basic MSQ. Alright. That's a little boring, but okay. Anything over here? Okay. Nope. Nothing new here. Come on, really? Give me something fun! about you? This is the elevator hall. Access is restricted. Okay, yeah, you're still boring. All right. Okay. I'm gonna make use of this extra time we have then to switch over to one of my level 100 jobs. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, no. Wait a minute. Did I already use up? I already used up all of my custom delivery stuff, so I can't start it today. Okay, that's gonna be a Tuesday thing then. In that case, let's head back to Doc Poca and continue with ranking up the Pelu Pelu. I'm so mad. I used up all my allowances because I didn't think I would have time. I thought MSQ would take all stream, and I was worried it would actually end up going late. So I didn't... Oh, right, I'm supposed to go here. I didn't do... Or I didn't save any of my allowances in case I got the chance to do, custom deliveries, or like the new custom delivery NPC today. So I guess I'm forced to wait until Tuesday. It's fine. I'm sure we'll have time after, after the Alliance raid to do custom deliveries. There you are. The meeting will be held on the second floor. Earthenshear's Rock will be joining us. I look forward to hearing about the Potsworn's position on tourists coming to visit. Mablu seemed to think the artisans were enthused. Still, I can't help but feel nervous. What an honor this is. Rudderrock, Liplu, and Shizune herself. Thank you for coming. Cool. Rudderrock, didn't know you were involved in in looking toward busy deals. How delightful it is to meet again. The peddler mentioned your proposal to bring tourists to Earthenshear, and we would be glad to welcome them with open arms. The Potsworn were very supportive too. That's fantastic. Thank you. Though I have to ask, what if our customers distract your artisans from their work? I'd hate for this arrangement to negatively impact Earthenshear's trade. No need for worry, Frowns. Many Potsworn themselves think contact with outsiders will provide fresh inspiration. We are happy to guide walk visitors too. Until recently, many help hands were recovering from hurdy feels, but the situation has greatly improved. Besides, it will bring more opportunities to sell crafty goods. Mobbies will make sure the Potsworn can keep working unhindered, even during the looky tours. It should indeed. Our wares are proving popular with visitors to Okanu, and the proceeds have enriched the community. Everyone stands to benefit. It fills me with joy to hear stories of happiness spread through the trade. Rudderrock does have one question. The Great Stairs are still impassable, as repairs are ongoing. So how will visitors reach Earthenshear? Liplu and I have discussed the matter at length. What's taking you guys so long in repairing those stairs? We'll send them over on flying punities. Wait, punities fly now? A handful of punity barges ply the waters between upstream Kozamauka and Tuliolol, but there's no direct route to the downstream region. The massive waterfall that lies between complicates matters. Traveling by boat, you have to head downstream, then join Ihukatsumu, and double back. It's quite convoluted. But there is an alternative. Though seldom used since the flight of we wingless was built, we Hanu once imbued Punites with the gift of flight, enabling them to transport passengers over the falls. Why hasn't that been the solution this whole time? The method requires vast quantities of reeds, hence why we were unable to employ it during the Rite of Succession. Ah, okay. But this might be the perfect occasion to revive the old ways. Quick jump between Earthenshire and downstream Kozamauka. Reddit Rock likes the sound of that. Of course, we'll need staff well-versed in Punity care, which is why I've already reached out to some beast keepers. Part of me balks at the idea of spending all that hell. But my inner abacus assures me that this is yet another worthwhile investment. There isn't a moment to lose. It's time to make airborne Punity travel a reality once more. I couldn't stand the idea of leaving all the work to our special advisor, so I came along to help. The others should be here shortly. Oh, that's dialogue that I missed earlier. Okay. Possibly. I'm glad our plans for expansion look set to succeed. For their cooperation, I'll see to it that our Moblin and Hanu partners get their fair share of the profits. But let's first ensure that there will be additional profits to share in the first place. We'll need a large effigy to channel our wind magics into the Punities, and for that, we'll need plenty of reeds, not to mention reams of cloth stitched with ether-enriched flight feathers. But you can leave preparations for the latter to us Hanu. I have business in the capital, so I'll procure the Punities. Come to think of it, I'll have to commission Wukevu to build an enclosure for them too. Which leaves the reeds. I realize this is grunt work, Shizune, but permit me to entrust the harvest to you. Sure, it's not like we don't have an entire village of Hanu who already tend to the fields, who could have just gathered it themselves. Speak to the Gona Hanu in the Fields of Gold. I'll point you in the right direction. Anyway, I'd best be off. Let's reconvene later. Well met! Zanuhali said you require some reeds. The plants nearby are ready to harvest. Feel free to take as much as you need. After all, we have you and your friends to thank for the bumper crop. You know, these days, we get plenty of visitors to the fields. Some even ask to help with the harvest. It's a joy to see, that's for sure. Anyway, it won't be long until the next Ikihana. I hope you can join us again. Sorry. I should let you get to work instead of talking your ear off. Once you have what you need, deliver the reeds to Lanuhali and Kuzanuaki. Okie dokie. These quests so frustrate me. They had a really good opportunity to, like, create a conflict where not everybody was cool with the tourism and maybe address the fact that, like, hey, tourism, especially the way they're doing it, could result in a strain on natural resources and on the locals. And maybe part of the quest could have been them finding a solution where everybody could be happy. Tourism with negative, or minimum negative impact on the land and the community. Even if it did end up being a very convenient solution, like, at least they'd be acknowledging the potential issues. But nope. Heaven forbid we address the downsides of potential overfishing or the amount of additional labor that creating souvenirs and stuff would create for the people. Like, on one hand, yeah, it creates jobs, but if everybody already had jobs and everything was already fine, it could be really disruptive. Maybe the effect on some of the artisans at the Earthen Shear isn't that great. Anyway, here you go. Hello there. I hear you might have some reeds for me. Yep, here you go. A bundle of ether-rich reeds plucked straight from the paddy. I wasn't expecting such a haul. Thank you. Together with the reeds my fellow Hanu have collected, we should have enough to construct the effigy. The first step will be to dry the reeds with a little help from our wind magics. Once the effigy itself is complete, all that will be left to do is swaddle it with a special cloth. Or swaddle it in special cloth. You needn't worry about the details, though. We'll see to the rest. Return to the travel agency in case they have need of you there. Uh-huh. I'm gonna finish this quest before the ad break starts, and if the ad break starts during it, oops. Ah, there you are. I just got back myself. The Beast Keepers are on their way with the Punities as we speak. Once the creatures are capable of flight, it'll be a quick hop to Earthenshire. I'm planning to offer bespoke tours for customers wishing to purchase Potsworn crafts straight from the source. Thankfully, Wukevu agreed to work on the enclosure. Once the effigy is finished, we'll just need to wait for Zanuhali to arrive. Yeah, we finished it in time. I think. Look at them! Oh, there's the ad. Divine wind lay claim to the effigy. Grant these water-bound beasts the gift of flight. Yeah! Look at them go! Beautiful. Thanks to the efforts of all involved, the Turali Travel Agency is now replete with its own Puniti enclosure and wind effigy. With the aid of the flight-imbued aquatic creatures, visitors may now experience the upper reaches of Kozamauka. Yet as the agency continues to broaden its horizons, it will need you to ensure that business keeps pace. Yeah. And reputation up. You have reached respected reputation with the Turali Travel Agency. New Pelu Pelu Society daily quest, blah 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 blah. Yep, we know how all this works. Okay. I don't want to talk to you. I want to talk to you. Punity Horn, yeah! New mount! Where is it? Where? Oh, wait, there it is. I want to add it to my little arsenal. Right here. Oh, I just realized this would be a pretty good underwater mount too, along with my little flap. I think I'm actually gonna rearrange these a little in light of that. Put you there for reasons. Alright, woo! And? Oh, can you not do it? Oh, there you go. Yeah! You know what? Actually. Also, welcome back from the ads, everybody. So we finished up the Pelu Pelu quest. We bought our Punity. I just want to check something that I've never tried doing before, but if it works the way I think it will, it'll be majestic. And then we will go and we'll do the rank up quest for the Mamulja. And then, the Okoi after that. And then we'll see where we are in terms of stream stuff. And by stream stuff, I mean time. But, okay. Here's a place where we can go underwater. And first of all, riding underwater with this thing is as majestic as I hoped it would be. But also, does this work? Yeah! Amazing. Okay. But now, let's go to Mamook. And switch over to Fisher. Which I almost have at level 100, which is exciting. Oh yeah, I have a zone-appropriate mount for here, too, because, I got the bird. Plant. Thing. Oh. There we go. Don't worry about it. Everything's fine. But yeah, look at him! I wish he was bigger. I wish he was the size of the you know, the enemies that we fight and stuff. Yeah, like this size. Why are you so tiny compared to even the ones working the farm? Look at this. Anyway. Concern is writ plain on Revolja's face. The branch bearers have settled in nicely. Those pesky bugs are gone and our next harvest is well on its way. Only local beasts have been encroaching upon Golkagolma recently, threatening our workers and trampling our crops. We've taken immediate action, of course. I asked Gotolja if he could develop some kind of repellent, like the two of you once did for wild wyvers. I was just about to go and pick up the prototype. Since you're here, why don't you come along? Okay. Gotolja has been of incredible help. Not only does he manufacture our gardening equipment, but he even fashions research tools for Angier. Shizune! Now this is a pleasant surprise. You look well. I worked the old smoke bombs into traps that issue smoke for an extended period. allowing ample time for our farmers to flee if necessary. But these are only a stopgap. Able-bodied fighters patrolling the area would do a far better job for security, if you ask me. That may be so, but we can't spare any of our workers. We may have to try recruiting Mamulja, who moved to Tuliyollal, like me. Since you've got a knack for convincing people, I'd like you to join me. My first stop will be Exaltation, so stop by when you have when you have a moment. Okay, now to Tuliyollal. Okay. I'm relieved to see you hale and whole. When you said you were returning to Mamook, I didn't know what to think. Ah, you're here! I was just catching up with an old friend. In fact, he was kind enough to direct me to Marilja, a fellow expatriate from Mamook. Normally, Marilja works as a bodyguard, but as luck would have it, he's relaxing by Downripple tonight. Let's go and find him. Okay, to Downripple. This is Marilja, one of the finest fighters I know. I hope he'll hear us out. Well, well, aren't I popular today? Wait, I know you! You're the Dawn Servant's right-hand woman. Even you, Marilja? I had no idea Shizune was such a celebrity. Celebrity doesn't begin to describe it. At least, not among us mercenary types. To become a fighter like Shizune Dazkar, recognized by the Vow of Resolve herself, is a dream for no few of us. So, to what do I owe this honor? Revulja, I thought you'd gone back to Mamook. I have, and I want you to return with me. Don't take this the wrong way, but even if Mamook has changed, I still prefer the freedom of Tuliyollal to that dismal forest. Besides which, you can eat here. Truly eat. Najul just doesn't compare to what the city can offer. But that's the whole point! We have more vegetables than ever, and we're still planning to add more. We're talking about Mamook, yes? Aren't we? Maybe start from the beginning, Revulja. Or Revulja. Oh, that's right. He doesn't know yet. Let me explain. Well, color me impressed. A Mamook that not only grows something other than Najul, but works with outsiders to do so. Exactly. We need to protect what we've worked so hard to build. Won't you help us? Fine. Since you're this invested, I'll go and give it a look. But if I'm forced to eat even a single Najul, I'm out of there. Fair enough. Golgoma is a sight to behold, though. You won't regret this. See, the way I would have had this quest be the start of like a real conflict, to like a B plot. Because okay, here's my issue with the Pelu Pelu and the Mamulja quest specifically, is that usually with the Allied Society quests, there is the initial conflict, and then they eventually introduce a second conflict that puts the success of the first conflict at risk. Which is why I keep talking about how with the Pelu Pelu quests, I would have either had there be a rival, like I either would have had it addressed like, oh hey, tourism isn't entirely a good thing. Maybe there are locals who are against there being a tourism thing going on. Or had there be a rival tourist agency that they had to compete with or something. And with the Mamulja, I would have had us talk to multiple Mamulja here in Tuliolol. Some of them all for it coming back and helping, others resistant to it because they don't believe Mamook has changed. And maybe going forward, we would have had to use building up the Gainery and solving the problems with the Gainery as a way to attract more of the Mamulja diaspora back to Mamook. Because, like, these guys left for a reason, and it wasn't just because of the banana diet. Also, maybe we could have asked for help with guarding the Gainery and the workers from Ikwash to really prove that things have changed and that Mamook is willing to work with outsiders. Because right now, all we really have is outsider. I just read had the honor of meeting Mirilja. Having an ally of his stature is reassuring indeed. And then, the final cutscene could have partially involved a homecoming ceremony for all of the people who returned to Mamook from Tuliolol and elsewhere. Some of our crops are still young, but to have this much variety thriving so vigorously, it's a wellspring of hope. By the gods, there isn't a new jewel in sight. Now I understand your excitement. This is an unprecedented achievement for Mamook. Isn't it? We need to shore up our defenses, and that's where you come in. What do your eyes see that mine don't? A weak fence for starters. You have supplies and tools to reinforce them, I'd hope. The tools I'll take care of, and Shizune is as good a gatherer as you'll find. Any supplies we need, she'll procure. Yeah, what do you need me to fish up for your fence? Then I'd like you to bring us an anklefish. Its bones are sturdy and good for making barriers. You should be able to fish them from ankle deep using golden stonefly nymphs. We'll apprise Angir of our plan. Once you have the supplies, you can deliver them directly to her. We're counting on you. But yeah, I just think a little more conflict, a little more tension in the Pelu Pelu and the Mamulja quests especially. I feel like there is that conflict in the Yakoi quests, maybe they could have gone a little harder in terms of leaning into it, but at least there's something there. Like, the quests make me feel like there's a very real possibility. I mean, obviously there wasn't an actual possibility of us failing, but like, within the narrative, it felt more like there was a possibility of failure that these kinds of stories really need. You know, narrative tension. There we go. Easy peasy. Shout out to the Versatile Lure. Savior of inventories. So let me make the map a little bit smaller. Doesn't need to be that big. There we go. Much better. Welcome back. I understand we're reinforcing our fences. Yeah, huh? Lovely. I believe this is precisely what Revulja described. I hope a sturdy wall will solve our problems. Let's see it! Ah! The plants are growing! So much produce now! I'm surprised by how many of Murielja's associates hearkened to his call. Thanks to their patrols, our granary feels safer than ever. Beasts should no longer trouble us, and come harvest time, we should have more than enough people to lend a hand. I'll admit, the glow of our yield surprised me at first, but closer inspection revealed that these plants mirror Najul in their reaction to the etheric environment. Their appearance has no negative effect on nutrients nor palatability. More Mamulja expatriates have now gathered in Golma to protect its precious bounty. Given the regularity of harvests, a space has been allocated for the trade of fresh produce. This can only bode well for the Mamulja and their dietary repertoire. Yeah. Reputation up! Yeah! We are now respected. After everything we've done for them, I hope so. Alright, what you got for me? Music. And then last, but most certainly not least, let's head over to Warlord's Echo for the Yakui quests. Farafar would send someone into Warlord's Echo. I mean, okay. Shizune, what perfect timing. I was just about to make my way up the mountain. But now that you're here, there is a small but vital task I would entrust to you. You see, we are currently in the process of restoring a larder Dark Torgor used to store not only foodstuffs, but apparently also ceremonial offerings used during the pact. We found many different food items when we uncovered its ruins, but as of yet, we have no way of knowing which were for eating and which were used as offerings. There was a merchant in Warlord's Echo by the name of Kerbeler, with whom Dartorgor often had dealings. I thought perhaps he might know if any of the wares she traded were used in the ritual. I would send one of my own to seek him out, but every pair of hands is busy clearing out the remaining snow. I was just about to join them, in fact. Dartorgor's living sepulchre is yet to be found, after all. That leaves you to speak with the merchant on our behalf. A much less laborious task than the one that awaits me, I promise. Can you do this for us? Yeah, sure, leave it to me. Thank you, Shizune. Remember, the merchant's name is Kerbeler. I hope his knowledge can aid us. Over here. Dartorgor? From the mountain? Ah, yes, I remember her. We would trade on occasion. Though she never mentioned this pact you speak of. Thinking back, however, it does shine a new light on one peculiar aspect of our dealings. As I recall, she would usually ask for an assortment of dried meats and seasonings, the types of food that would last. Such items as would be difficult to come by on in those snowy peaks. Nothing peculiar about that, to be sure, but the tender she used was unusual. You see, she traded me corn and corn seeds, which she claimed to grow herself. Quite the strange crop for such a frigid clime, right? Well, she said it was a singular type, bred over generations to withstand the freezing weather. Of course, I couldn't deny such an uncommon opportunity. But I took one bite of the corn and regretted my choice straight away. Ha! Still, I figured I could sell it as feed or process it into something usable, so I accepted her produce whenever she visited. Dartorgor seemed to have a hard life up in the mountain, so I was happy to provide her with what she needed. One time, I suggested that growing something else besides inedible corn might solve her food problems. What do you think she said to that? She said, "My order took great care in cultivating it to match the tastes of our dear friends." Considering she lived alone, I wasn't quite sure what she meant, but she was so earnest in her answer I decided not to press further. But now the pieces are falling into place. I gather this corn has something to do with your ritual. It's possible. You know, I've been wanting to meet Farafar and her Hands of Zigurte for some time. Allow me to accompany you up the mountain. Word of work being done at Zigurte has reached us here in Warlord's Echo, and I've wondered how I could contribute. Now's my chance to find out. Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot to show you guys my new crafting glamour. Since, like, I spent orange scripts on, like I said, some glamour basics, including this. I don't know if I'll keep this as my crafting glamour, because I like the way this top looks undyed. Unfortunately, dyeing it removes all of the, like, texture, like the leather texture from it. At least with the sleeves. So, like, look, if I If I dye this any color at all... Oops. It'd help if I was looking at the right side. Look! It gets rid of it. It makes it look like it's made out of fabric instead of leather. I don't want that. I want this look, but in other colors. And it won't give me that. Maybe I could eventually dye this a different color at least. But I don't know if I like that. Maybe I can make it black. That's not so bad. I'll mess with it off stream. I don't like... Oh yeah, because it also messes with the back, doesn't it? Hang on. Oh, no it doesn't. So yeah, it makes it look weird to me. Maybe I'll make it black instead of the color it is right now, but I'll have to figure things out later. Okay, let's head back to Zagorte. I just realized, you know what they should make as a mount someday? Use this model, but make it a giant snowball. Make it happen, Square Enix. I want it. Snowball mount. Gimme, gimme. I admit I was quite surprised when I sighted Kerbeler emerge from the passage. Still, he is more than welcome, and I have let him know all about the challenges we face. Is this a friend of yours, Shizune? There you are, Shizune. Farafar here might be young, but she takes to leading naturally. I'm impressed by how much progress everyone's made so far. Most of the others are resting now, but Farafar had us clearing snow all day long. I can barely lift my arms. A hard day's work deserves a hearty reward, wouldn't you agree? I'll treat you to some of my most delicious wares when this is done. By the way, Farafar, do you have any insight as to what Dartragor was referring to before? Those dear friends she and the others grew the corn for. Do you not know about the spirits? She must have meant the snow spirits. The corn must have been a crucial part of the ritual. Given that it was grown and harvested among the snow, it makes sense that the spirits would have a taste for it. I suppose the larder housed a healthy stock of the crop. Even so, I fail to see how anyone, spirits or no, could eat that stuff. Perhaps the caretakers processed it somehow before making an offering. Without knowing their techniques, however, growing it now may not be the wisest path. Oh, sorry to interrupt, but I've been meaning to mention the large stone we found buried under the snow. The carvings were quite distinct. Are you saying you found a sepulcher? Dartragor's living sepulcher? If it is indeed the stone we've been searching for, then it should hold all the answers we need. The way forward is clear. We've finished shoveling the rest of the snow. Wouldn't the others that she used to live with have also had sepulchers that could have documented, like, their history? If only it were so simple. The snow around the stone is frozen solid. Maybe ice picks could help us free it. With tools like that, we risk damaging the stone, and thus losing forever the precious stories carved into it. As of now, we lack the means to remove it cleanly from the ice. Might I suggest fire? Shizune, could you return with me to shelter? The tools we need require a deft hand to craft, and I cannot make them alone. Much appreciated. Then let our focus be on seeing the sepulcher safely rescued. In the meantime, the others should continue their work on this larder. Remember to give yourselves time to rest every once in a while. We'll have the larder back in shape before you know it. You two do what you need to get that stone free from the snow. Since I'm already here, I may as well stay a while and help. Let's see if young Firefire has a place for me. Not you. You. If my intuition is correct, Dartrogor's sepulchre will contain details on the offering. And while I would like it uncovered as quickly as possible, the task must be attended to with care. Which is why I would entrust no one else with crafting the tools we require. You are not one to disappoint, after all. I require a fluid that will help us maintain a constant temperature around the stone. I fear drastic fluctuations may cause it to crack and damage. Can I trust you to make it for us? Werfatar will keep you stocked with all the supplies you need. Good luck, Shizune, although I know you need not or need it not. I see, so that's how they made culinarian relevant here. I bet that's also what they used for alchemists. What am I doing? Doesn't need to be high quality. I just need to... There we go. Also, that means I don't actually need that. I just went straight into trying to make something high quality out of habit. Whoops. Have you finished already? Good, good. May I have a look? Yep, here you go. I said, you do not disappoint. These will certainly help us free the sepulchre from that stubborn ice. With work on the larder going well, our goal feels so close at hand. I want to rush headlong to the end, but I know haste will only set us back. Yeah! Look at it! Beautiful, is it not? Despite his age, Kerbeler may have hauled more snow than the rest of us combined. Having a place to store our daily foodstuffs will certainly make our lives easier. Of course, we also intend to devote space to the cold-resistant corn that we can grow and harvest, or after we can grow and harvest it. I hear the others have already found a plot for cornfields, so the larder may become crowded soon enough. I only hope we can figure out exactly how the plant fits into the ritual. I have missed you, Dartrogor. Although it may take time, I promise to read every single word you left us. I always enjoyed the wisdom and wit of your conversation, and now I have been blessed to speak with you again. Nothing could make me happier. Deciphering the story of Dartrogor and the spirits will take time, so please be patient. It seems I must consult the surrounding stonework to glean its whole meaning. Where are the sepulchres of everybody else who lived here? The high larder has been restored, giving the Yokui a place to store their food. Dartrogor's sepulchre may hold the secrets to the pack. but there is yet work to be done until it is deciphered. Yay! Reputation up. Once again, we are respected. Let me just zip through these. Oh, sweet. And my culinarian leveled up. Now, what new goodies can I get from you guys? Oh, wind up your koi! I forgot we got one of those. It's so cute! You know what I haven't done in a really long time? Showcase some of the cute things you can do with minions. Where's the Yokoi one? Is it not with the other allied societies? Oh, there we go. Hi, little friend. Let me, no. And then let's see here. Petting does nothing. What about poking? There we go. And it cheers. Cute. All right. Then that is all of the Allied Society quests uncapped. Excellent, excellent. You know what? It's basically 10:30. How about I do a crazy thing and end stream on time? Yeah, let's do that. Okay, then let me find somebody on Twitch to raid. In the meantime, thank you everybody so much for joining me. If you haven't already, please hit that follow button, subscribe on YouTube, subscribe on Twitch. You guys have one more stream to get me to 100 subs by the end of March if you want to make me play Repo for a stream next month. So bear that in mind. Schedule will be going out tomorrow in the Discord and on my socials. You can follow me on I'm Shizucheese on both Tumblr and Bluesky. Tuesday we will be doing the first Stormblood Alliance, or not Stormblood. Oh my god, what year is it? The first Dawn Trail Alliance raid. We will be. Hey Toffing, you're just in time for me to be wrapping up stream. I'm so sorry. But hey, it was good to see you in the comments of one of my shorts earlier. But yeah, I'm gonna be wrapping up for tonight. Yeah, I've been streaming for like 5.5 hours. It's 10:30 at night for me, so yeah, I gotta wrap up. But be sure to drop by on Tuesday starting at 7:30 Central. We'll be doing the first Dawn Trail Alliance raid. I can't do Alliance raids mine because Square Enix hates me specifically. And like, I get it. I can't do things undersized either, and so recruiting 24 people would have sucked. But we're gonna get as many people from the community as we can into a party, and then we'll queue in together and do the first Alliance raid. After which, we'll clean up some more side quests. And Wednesday, I'll be coming off of hopefully good news from Luca's ultrasound. For anybody who doesn't know, my cat Luca got diagnosed with cancer last June. He wrapped up chemo in November. And so since then, every couple months he's needed an ultrasound just to check on if the cancer has come back. His last ultrasound back in February, his cancer, like his whole situation actually looked better than it had in December. And his next appointment is on Wednesday. So yeah, he has his ultrasound in the morning. Hopefully I'll be coming back to you guys with good news about that. Wednesday night is also the first night of Passover, and I am Jewish, so if Lucas Cancer could pass him over, I know I keep making that joke. I will not stop. I'm hilarious. But yeah, that'd be great. Also wish me luck with like a week of no bread. But yeah, so, but that being said, in terms of content, besides hopefully good news, Wednesday we will be starting Dawn Trail Hildebrand with the 7.1 Hildebrand quests. There's also, depending on what we do and don't get done Tuesday night, other things up on the docket will be the Dawn Trail Roll Quest capstone. Also, let me see what else got added. I haven't started watching Meki Meki yet because I have had other things going on. And that was not the link I meant to click on. Here we go. Okay, so yeah, we'll be doing Juno on Tuesday. Wednesday, something else got added in 7.1, didn't it? Oh, was it just Chaotic that got added? Okay, maybe we'll start watching Meki Meki on Wednesday too. We'll see. We'll see what kind of time we have. But the priority will be Hildebrand. So yeah. Anyway, it is like 10:30 at night for me. Let's find somebody on Twitch to raid. Who all is streaming right now? Wait, yeah, Floof is playing Shadowbringers. We're gonna raid Floof. So yeah. And yeah, until I see you guys again, I hope you have a good night. Stay safe, stay healthy, and take care. And I'll see you guys all hopefully on Tuesday. Have a good night. Bye-bye!